It's 9 o'clock in Syracuse, and polls are closing across New York State.
We have 435 House seats up for grabs. How the balance of power in Congress could come down to a toss-up race right here in central New York.
Plus, Republicans hope to flip control of the Senate. How that could shape the future of the Supreme Court. Our analysts are tracking the battleground states from coast to coast.
And Trump versus Harris, the big matchup of the night. We'll be following the race to 270 for the next at least 4 hours. Are you ready, Jake?
I'm ready, Luke.
All right, election night starts right now.
We will redeem America's promise. We will put America first, and we will take back the nation that we love. And together, we will make America powerful again.
We will move forward. We will move forward because ours is a fight for the future, and it is a fight for freedom.
Good evening from Syracuse University, and welcome to Election Night 2024. I'm Jake Morel.
And I'm Luke Radel. We're coming to you live tonight from the Citrus TV studio in Watson Hall. Our entire newsroom is here to give you up-to-the-minute updates on the biggest races for House and Senate across the country.
But first, we're going to show you the progress so far in the race to 270, starting with the presidential states that have already been called. Tonight, Citrus TV is using the Associated Press and CNN to make all of our projections.
That's right, and other outlets may call the race first, but we're relying on trusted, nonpartisan sources to get it right.
With that, here are the races that we can call at the top of the 9 o'clock hour. We can project Kamala Harris will win Vermont and its 3 electoral votes.
We could project that Donald Trump will win Kentucky and its 8 electoral votes.
We can also project that Donald Trump will win Indiana and its 11 electoral votes.
We could project that Donald Trump will win West Virginia and its 4 electoral votes.
We can also project that Donald Trump will win Mississippi and its 11 electoral votes.
We can project Donald Trump will win in Alabama with its 9 electoral votes.
We can project that Kamala Harris will win Maryland and its 10 electoral votes.
That's right. And we can project that Donald Trump will win in the state of Oklahoma. Oklahoma has 7 electoral votes.
We can also project that Donald Trump will win South Carolina and its 9 electoral votes.
We could project that Donald Trump will win in his home state of Florida. That's where he's spending the evening tonight. 30 electoral votes there for Donald Trump, a big prize.
And we can project that Kamala Harris will win Rhode Island and its 4 electoral votes.
Thanks, Ronnie Perillo, our Rhode Island boy. We could project that Kamala Harris will win Massachusetts and its 11 electoral votes.
We can also project that Kamala Harris will win Connecticut and its 7 electoral votes.
We can project that Donald Trump will win Tennessee and its 11 electoral votes.
We can also project that Donald Trump will win Arkansas and its 6 electoral votes.
We can project the Democrat Kamala Harris will win our neighboring state of New Jersey and its 14 electoral votes.
We can also project that Kamala Harris will win Delaware, Joe Biden's home state, and its 3 electoral votes. We can also project that Kamala Harris will win my home state of Illinois and its 19 electoral votes.
So, Jake, let's take a look at the map so far in terms of progress for both candidates in the race to 270. It's going to be something we're watching all night for the candidates to get an outright majority of the electoral votes tonight.
Luke, absolutely. And a couple early developments coming in. None of those states that we're really looking at called for sure yet. I'm really focused in tonight on the blue wall, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. I think that's the key to the race for Kamala Harris. So I'm going to take a look at those, but it looks like we're getting a few more states in right off the top of the hour. Let's call those right now.
Yes, we are. We could project
a
couple new states up there on our map. New York, our home state here in Syracuse, and its 29 electoral votes have now been called. North Dakota and its 3 electoral votes have also been called, Jake.
We can also project South Dakota and its 3 electoral votes for Donald Trump. And we can also project Wyoming and its 3 electoral votes for Donald Trump. We can also project that Donald Trump has won Louisiana and its 8 electoral votes, home of House Speaker Mike Johnson.
I wonder who House Speaker Mike Johnson is.
I wonder who that guy is. We're going to be talking about him a lot tonight, especially.
He was just here in New York's 22nd Congressional District in Syracuse, and the polls have closed here on our campus. They're closed now at 9 o'clock. Students were able to vote at numerous locations on campus, one of them being Huntington Hall on Marshall Street.
Our Isabella Galan is there right now. Isabella, how was the voter turnout today? Oh, Sorry about that.
We're going to catch up with Isabella in just a second. But first, we're going to show you our researcher room because we got a lot of stuff going on in there. In Watson Theater, our election night co-anchor, Andrea-Rose Oates, is there for us now. Hi, Andy. Look how crowded it is in there. Everybody's been enjoying the pizza. They're watching the results come in. Show us around a little bit, Andy.
Thanks, Luke and Jay. Currently, I am live in Watson Theater with our 2024 Election Night researchers. Now, some polls just closed about an hour ago and others just a few minutes ago. But our researchers are busy at work making sure they get the most up-to-date coverage and, most importantly, most accurate coverage for our analysts and our anchors. Let's check in with some of them now while we're here. So, Ben, hi.
How you doing?
Good, how are you? So tell me what you're covering tonight, Ben, as a researcher.
Yeah, so as a researcher, I was tasked with covering both New Mexico and South Carolina. South Carolina was just called, so right now I'm just updating the votes as they're coming in on online, and I'm updating as she as possible, updating it as it's going by, and soon New Mexico results are going to come in, so I'll put that in as well.
Awesome. Thanks for all your hard work, Ben. Really appreciate it. And Lily, I heard you have my home state of Pennsylvania. You know, I hold that very near and dear to my heart. Can you tell us what's happening in that battleground state?
Yeah, right now we're at about 17% in the presidential and Senate race. Harris is leading, but it's certainly very early, and we know Pennsylvania is going to come down to the wire. May very well be the state that calls the election, so we'll see what happens.
Sounds great, Lily. Thank you so much. Well, thank you so much to all of our researchers for being with us tonight, and they are definitely going to keep giving us all that up-to-date coverage. Luke and Jake, back to you guys in studio.
Andy, thank you so much. We'll be checking in with our research room and with Andy throughout the night. But joining us now is our election night panel, Alana Epstein and Ronnie Morel. They'll be senior analysts here tackling all the important topics that we've got going on tonight.
So wonderful to be here.
We've got Alana Epstein's going to be covering the world of social media, online reaction. If you have online reaction, you can drop it in our YouTube chat if you're watching online now. We'll be monitoring that throughout the night, and we'll be watching all those results coming in. But for Ronnie Perillo, you're tracking a little bit more of a serious topic here tonight. We've got the legal challenges, the security issues. We've been seeing a lot of that throughout this election day.
Absolutely, Luke. So speaking of security issues, we'll go there first. So 2 Georgia polling places in Fulton County evacuated today after some bomb threats at those facilities. Now, thankfully, they were unfounded. Only took 30 minutes to clear those up. But it goes to show you the stakes of this election. The U.S. Capitol Visitor Center also closed down today because authorities there say they found a man who was, I guess, drenched in lighter fluid and smelled like gasoline. So we've been seeing these security threats throughout the day. In terms of legal challenges, the table has been set. They've never seen, experts say, they've never seen so many pre-election challenges that have been set up. We're seeing challenges out of Georgia in terms of the mail-in ballots and when they can be counted. We're seeing challenges out of Pennsylvania when those mail-in ballots can be counted and overseas ballots. So we'll be watching those throughout the night, and obviously we'll come back on with any updates that we see, because Republican, Democrat, doesn't matter. There's going to be some legal challenges that come out of both parties tonight, guys.
For sure. Ronnie, really interesting stuff. A lot of legal challenges and a lot of election stuff just going on down in Georgia with voting rule changes, things like that. We saw one of the voting rule changes get blocked. We'll do a lot to talk about that. But right now, we're going to go back to our electoral map and take a look at our most recent numbers. There it is right there.
So right now the current lineup is Donald Trump with 118 electoral votes and Kamala Harris, the Democrat, with 102 electoral votes. No surprises thus far on the map. I was a little surprised that Florida came in as early as it did. We're going to talk about that a little bit later on. But so far, all the states that we thought were going to be called have been called. None of our toss-up states, as of yet, have been called for either candidate.
Yeah, like I said, we've got some of our researchers over in that research room that Andy was in, watching all of the counties and all of those swing states: Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina. All of those, we'll be keeping an eye on those, providing analysis for those later on in the show. But I want to bring in Alana Epstein here, and I want to talk about, let's talk about the closing arguments from each campaign, especially on social media. We know that plays such a huge role in this election. What did both candidates' accounts look like, and what did those closing arguments look like here in the past week?
Yeah, so last night the two had their closing arguments, and I have to say they looked extremely different. Trump obviously had a very, very late night. He ended his speeches saying, talking down about Kamala. If you vote for Kamala, you will have 4 more years of misery, and ended the night like that. Harris obviously had all of those celebrity endorsements and performances as well, and she said the momentum is on our side. She was really, talking about unity and peace and bringing everyone together, and I don't even think she mentioned mentioned Trump. Now, currently on Instagram and X and all of these platforms, Harris is talking about the poll workers, and she's thanking them, and she's thanking the voters. Trump, on the other hand, he's posting immediately all the states that he's winning that you just mentioned, and he's also posting, if you're still in line, stay in line. Of course, they're both posting that, but obviously on the Harris side, she's doing a lot more, thanking the voters, and Trump hasn't really done that yet, as far as I could see. It's 9 o'clock. None of them have posted anything just yet, but it'll be interesting to see what comes in the next.
One of the main reasons why we have both of you here is because in 2020, there was a lot of dis and misinformation spread out there about voter fraud. There was no widespread voter fraud in the 2020 election. We're waiting to see if either candidate says false things about this election, and we'll keep an eye on that with Ronnie and Alana. Thank you both so much for being here. Jake?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, so now we're going to go to Isabella Galan. We talked about going to her earlier, but she was at some of the Syracuse University polling places earlier today. And Bella, I'm wondering, what was the turnout like?
Hi guys, yeah, happy election day. I'm standing right outside of Huntington Hall on Marshall Street, which is not only home to the School of Education here at Syracuse, but it's also home to one of the main polling sites that students had the opportunity to go to vote in person today. Another option that they had was to go to the Goldstein Auditorium on South Campus. However, that's about a mile outside of main campus. So since we're right here on Marshall Street at Huntington Hall, a lot of students found themselves coming here today. Now, they opened at 6 a.m. this morning and just closed at 9 p.m. I didn't see a lot of stragglers recently, but 2 minutes before the polls closed, I did see someone run in there to make sure that they got to cast their ballot. I got the chance to come by here earlier this morning around 10 a.m. or so. There were a lot more students then, a lot of them being first-time voters. I got to talk to them, and they were very excited to be able to vote in person. Some of them weren't even residents of the state of New York. They live out of state, but changed their voter registration just so that they could vote in person on Election Day. Now, the only people that are really here right now and the only people that are inside are the polling workers. They've had a long day, and we've still got a very long night ahead of us. So that's all from me here outside of Huntington Hall, reporting live for Election Night 2024. I'm Isabella Galan.
Isabella, thank you. And that youth voter turnout is something that we're going to be keeping a close eye on throughout the whole night. I know that that's something that's going to be really big for either candidate.
100%. Well, we're going to talk a lot now about the race happening right here in New York's 22nd Congressional District. It includes the city of Syracuse and the campus here at Syracuse University. We have two reporters out in the field for us tonight at both campaign watch parties. I want to start with the Democrats' campaign headquarters. The Democratic challenger is State Senator John Mannion. Our Luke Welch is there at Sky Armory in Syracuse. Hey, Luke, how's the party looking?
Yeah, Luke, the spirits and the volume are high here at State Senator John Mannion's watch party. It seems like an uphill battle to flip the seat, but people are still jumping and enjoying right over here. We're waiting the arrival of Senator John Mannion, but it seems like this party is a little bit different than the watch parties you're going to see tonight. And by that I mean that this is a single candidate watch party. All other Democrats are spread out throughout the rest of the county and the rest of the city. But let's take a look at who exactly we're seeing in this race. Who is John Mannion? Now, John Mannion is someone that has been a Syracuse born and raised, and now he's representing the town of Gettys in the state Senate. He is a two-time SUNY graduate with his bachelor's and his master's. He then became a public biology teacher at West Genesee High School. This is something that he has been advocating for, public education rather than school choice. And he also is the chairperson of the Senate Committee of Disabilities. Now let's take a look at some of his stances. You know, healthcare is something that is big. He is a huge proponent of reproductive and freedoms in terms of abortion. He is someone who has been supporting the Affordable Care Act since its passage and making sure that all citizens and seniors have affordable access to health care. And with that, he has been in supporting this Democratic push for Supreme Court term limits so that issues like partisan issues like abortion don't get voted on. Now, gun safety is something else that he's been focusing on. He is a supporter of an assault weapon ban. Crime, you know, there has been this moderate push for refunding the police and expanding mental health services for COP. We've seen that with Kamala Harris, the district attorney pass. You know, education is something that we've been talking about, but social spending, you know, Mannion wants to avoid cuts into Medicare and Social Security, that his opponent has focused on. Now, some key endorsements that he has received, former President President Barack Obama has sent out an automated phone call to roughly 32,000 voters across central New York this morning to voice his support for John Mannion. Other key Democrats that have been supporting him, former Secretary of State and presidential nominee Hillary Clinton. Another one who has been avid on the campaign trail with him is Majority Leader Chuck Schumer of the Senate. And let's take a look at how this race is faring right now. While there's been no partisan or bipartisan polls, the Hill media is giving Senator John Mannion a 61% chance of winning, and that could be because of this support for reproductive rights, this Democratic investment into the region with Micron and his Syracuse roots. We'll have all the updates here from Mannion HQ live on Citrus TV, but for now, Jake and Luke, I'll send it back to you to introduce his opponent.
Thank you. We're going to be checking in with you frequently tonight, and such an important race right here in our backyard. But before we send it over to his opponent's watch party, Brandon Williams, let's take a look at how the race is faring between the two candidates for president. We can now call Ohio, and it's 17 electoral votes for Donald Trump. Now, we also know there is a huge Senate race that will go a long way in determining who controls the Senate in that state. We'll be checking in with our analyst Ben Bassick on that later in the show. But Donald Trump has won Ohio, and it's 17 electoral votes.
Which that was expected. We're still waiting to see how competitive this Senate race will end up turning out to be. But we do want to head over to the opponent's watch party. As Luke was saying there, Congressman Brandon Williams is across town near Destiny USA, the Embassy Suites. Our Lauren Holdmeyer's there. Hey, Lauren. All right, we're going to stand by on her for a little bit. We're having a little bit of technical difficulties over at Destiny Mall. I want to talk a little bit more about Ohio if I can, Jake. Oh, I'm sorry. We're going to go back to Lauren. Hey, Lauren.
Good evening, guys. We're coming to you live from the Embassy Suites Hotel here in Syracuse, where the Brandon Williams campaign party actually just kicked off moments ago, and Brandon Williams himself just arrived here a couple of minutes ago. We are still awaiting opening remarks from him. But for now, let's go ahead and get to know Congressman Brandon Williams a little bit better. So taking a look at his candidate overview, he is a Republican representative for the 22nd Congressional District in New York State. He began this term back in January of 2023. He's originally from Dallas, Texas, but he moved to Central New York in 2010, and he's also a U.S. Navy veteran. He, as I mentioned before, he is a first-term congressman, and he's up for re-election tonight. And going ahead and taking a look at some of the key policies that Williams has been running on so far throughout his campaign, Williams opposes abortion rights except in the case of rape, incest, or health of the mother. He also opposes many gun restriction proposals, as well as the bipartisan border bill. He actually wants to resume construction on a border wall to combat immigration. And lastly, another key policy that Williams has been running on, he highly supports the Affordable Care Act. Now, as you know, the polls in New York closed just moments ago at about 9 o'clock, and we are getting a first look at some of the numbers for these candidates. Right now, the polls have Mannion up 62% to Williams 37%. We're seeing about 52,655 votes counted so far for Mannion and about 31,354 for Williams so far. So that's just as of right now. And of course, we're going to keep you updated as we go out throughout the night at where those numbers are standing. But for now, I'll send it back to you guys.
Lauren, thank you. It'll be interesting to see who wins that race. So hotly contested here. If you live in Central New York and you're watching any TV, hopefully you're watching us.
Of course.
And you've seen an ad in almost every commercial break over the past month.
Constantly. Constant commercials. And you know I'm from Utica, which is the other half of this district. And we want to show folks at home, if you haven't seen it, we're going to take you over to our magic map right now, thanks courtesy of the technology folks at CNN. Take a look at what the 22nd District constitutes. It includes parts of Onondaga, Madison, Oneida, and Cortland and Cayuga counties. They have a whole bunch of stuff happening over there right now. And if we take a look at what the results are looking like at this hour, we have an estimated 9% of the votes in. John Mannion takes an early lead right now, but there's not enough votes really to make any definitive looks at what things are going to be. But right now, John Mannion, 54.3% of the vote in. Brandon Williams, the Republican incumbent, defending his seat, 45.7%. As Luke mentioned at the Mannion party, this race is favored for those for the Democrats in this seat because of the redistricting that was done to seats all over New York State, Jake. But it will be interesting to see how all of this plays out over the next couple of hours. We'll be watching
super
closely.
interesting to see. Yeah, and we'll have to talk about all of the policy initiatives that that the Biden administration has brought to Onondaga County in the past 4 years and how that's affected the race between Williams and Mannion and kind of how all of that's going. I know that we had a big moment for you last week about this, but we're going to get into all that later. But right now, let's get to some calls.
Let's get to some more race calls if we can. We're going to be projecting that Donald Trump will win the state of Texas and its 40 electoral votes. We can see it right there behind us on the wall. We can also project that Donald Trump will win Nebraska and only 2 of its electoral votes. So, Jake, Nebraska, one of 2 states, along with Maine, that divvies up its electoral votes by congressional district.
Yep, still waiting for that other one to come in, but looks like Trump has won Texas. I know there was some talk about him losing Texas. I think
talk. You were the one talking,
I was
Jake.
the one talking.
You were the one talking last night on Talking Points with Blexis, which I was not familiar with. And frankly, the people of Texas aren't familiar with it either because Texas has now gone red.
The people of Twitter are familiar with the term Blexis.
Well, Twitter is not real life, Jake Morel.
Twitter is not real life, but I like using those terms. I know we discussed that a little bit yesterday, but I think that Texas has a little bit more of a chance of going blue in the Senate race because of Ted Cruz and how disliked he is as a senator. Not too much of a mystery.
We'll be having Jackson Breslin in here a little later on tonight to talk about that. That race has still not yet been called, but we can project Texas and its 40 electoral votes will be going for former President Donald Trump.
Yeah,
Jake?
big win for Trump. An expected one, but still a big win, big cache of electoral votes. Huge. Well, today people tackled the polls in person, but for some, the polls and Decision Day presented barriers. Our Caitlin Campbell breaks down what the problems were.
New Yorkers are ready to make their mark, but for some, voting isn't as easy as checking a box. Cortland resident Tina Carden shares the challenges of voting with a disability.
I ended up asking if it was okay to take my partner into the voting curtains with me instead and let him fill out the ballot, but it just felt awkward.
Ensuring accessibility at the polls is a top priority for groups like Access to Independence, making significant strides to break down barriers for all.
So this is a critical issue because voters need the opportunity to feel comfortable, to feel safe. We've been able to work with the City of Cortland over the last year to make 4 more accessible, which is great.
And whether you decide to vote at your local church or here at your local library or
in the comfort of your own home with a mail-in ballot, the Board of Elections across New York State are constantly working to make sure accessible options are available on Decision Day.
All of our polling sites have a full range of options for people that have all kinds of physical and other limitations.
But Keith believes the key to accessibility is simple: a mail-in ballot.
Yeah. Well, we encourage everyone to vote by mail, and the reason for that is that whether it's an accessibility issue or not, it's easy to do, it's secure, your vote is private, your vote is counted.
No lines, no pressure, just you, your ballot, and democracy delivered right to your door. Caitlin Campbell, NCC News.
Caitlin, thank you very much for that. We're now going to take a look at our home state here at Syracuse University of New York and its 29 electoral votes. We've called them for Kamala Harris. Our Peter Berry is here to talk about how that could help put her over the finish line. Hey, Peter.
How's it going, Luke and Jake? So it doesn't look like we'll have a red wave here in New York, as Trump has called it, and he's had 3 rallies here. But the last time New York has turned red for a presidential candidate was back in 1984, back in the Reagan era. So 18 million people live here in New York right now, but there isn't a lot of upstate voters voting blue. There's more, 11 million people live down south of Westchester and are voting blue. There's 13 counties that really matter in New York State, as they mattered back in the 2014 gubernatorial race when Cuomo won 13 counties and Rob Astorino won 46. But that's nothing new, as registered Democrats and registered Republicans have a 2-to-1 ratio. There's 6 million registered Democrats in New York State, and there's 3 million registered Republicans. But let's take a look at the polling, as they've called the race already for Harris, and she's already had 28 electoral votes in this state. But it's no difference, as we could probably see Harris bring in some of these House races the 6 House races that both parties are eyeing, but this is no difference from the 2022 election and the 2020 election, as Biden won with 60% of the vote and Trump only had 40%. And we've seen more Republicans come out, but not really in presidential years, more in midterm years. But the real question is if Harris could really bring in more Democrats into New York swing districts. Luke and Jake, I'm going to send it back to you guys.
Peter, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And if you're worried about those New York swing districts, you can watch. We have a little ticker running around the bottom of our screen right now. We have races from all across the country tonight, as well as some context on those races. So be sure to follow along.
Absolutely, Luke. And we're going to take a look at all of those, all the Senate races, and, of course, the presidential race on this historic night when we come back. Stay with us.
Last week, Brandon met a girl on a dating app. One day after work, he finally found the courage to ask her out. No answer. He started to panic. Was he being too pushy? Maybe it was too...
Hey, sorry I didn't respond. I was driving. I would love to go on a date. How does tonight sound?
Brandon tried to play it cool, but inside he knew. A girl so smart, so responsible. She must be a keeper.
Welcome to my house. Lately, not my happy place. Everybody's pretty tired of each other. The parents were not themselves. My little brothers were morphing into small creatures. The walls were closing in. Clearly, a case of too much family, too close, 24/7. And there's a lot of that going around right now. If this sounds like your house, try going someplace new. YourLifeYourVoice.org. You'll find lots of ideas to help you handle the family stresses of being confined to close quarters. YourLifeYourVoice.org. It might not get you out of the house, but it could help you find a little more breathing room.
Welcome back into our Citrus TV election special. Glad to have you with us.
Yes, it's great to be here. We have our Caitlin Campbell joining us now to talk about the state of Indiana. Hey, Caitlin.
Yeah, hey, Luke and Jake. It's really has been a clear race in Indiana. It has been called for former President Donald Trump, with over 50% of the votes being counted. Even with this, the two candidates really tried to make their presence known. Indiana Democratic Mike Schumer showed Harris full support, commending her record in job creation and low unemployment. In July, he said, quote, "Our party stands behind her at this moment, and we are ready to work to usher in a new generation of leadership in our state and nation, and defeat Trumpism at the ballot box once more." However, in this largely conservative state belonging to former Vice President Mike Pence, Harris was not able to turn the state. Republican U.S. Senator-elect Jim Banks made quick jabs on X, calling Indiana Trump country. And at the RNC, he said, quote, "We need President Trump back in the White House if we're going to make America great once again." And continued to say, if you came here illegally under Joe Biden, you're going back to where you came from under Donald Trump. With its history as a Republican stronghold, it is no surprise to see Trump take the state as he did in 2016 and 2020. The state has since returned to red in every election, and we are seeing it repeat here and giving its 11 electoral college votes to Trump. This is aligning closely with AP's prediction of Republican Mike Braun winning the race for governor. So Jake and Luke, it seems like Indiana is falling into its routine with its Republican Party tendencies in this election.
Caitlin, thank you so much for that. Really appreciate it. That's a significant vote total that we've seen so far in terms of electoral votes coming out of the state of Indiana. 11 electoral votes. Every single one of those counts when they're trying to get up to 270. Let's actually check in and see how the race to 270 is going so far. We're going to show you our map so far in terms of how it's been colored in. Donald Trump currently sitting pretty with 177 electoral votes, compared to Kamala Harris, a Democrat, with 102. Keep in mind, out west, we're going to see a lot of states, including Oregon, Wisconsin, and California, close a little later on in the night, so things tend to even out a bit. No surprises so far, but a lead for the former president.
Yeah, lead for the former president. Winning Florida as quick as he did was a little surprising to me, Luke, but the rest of it's not super surprising to me. Like you said, those West Coast states will come in later in the night, and then that's going to even things out. but not a huge surprise so far. Nothing that I'm seeing that's making me jump and make a big prediction. But the former president with a lead in a lot of states that he was expected to lead in. But now we're going to bring it right back here to our home state of New York. And we're going to talk about New York's 4th congressional district, and that's where our Max Williams is. Well, he's here in studio, but he's here to talk about that 4th congressional district. Max, what do you got for us?
Hey guys, yeah, so right now we're looking at 53 to 47. Laura Gillen is currently leading in that state right now. And this is a really interesting matchup because this is a rematch of the 2022 midterms between the incumbent Republican Anthony D'Esposito and Democrat Laura Gillen. And so if you take a look here, so this is the New York 4 district. So it extends from Queens County to Nassau County and then Long Island South Shore right there. So, you know, and also the congressional seat has flipped so many times here from red to blue and then back to red. But even though that a majority of the voters in this district are mainly Democratic. So I just want to take a look at Anthony D'Esposito for a minute here. So he's kind of had a rocky campaign run so far. So shortly after D'Esposito took office, the New York Times posted saying that the congressman hired his fiance's daughter to work as a special assistant in his district office. And later in his term, D'Esposito also added a woman with whom he was having an affair with to his payroll. And just, you know, the House Code of Conduct prohibits members of Congress from employing spouses or relatives. And payments to both women stopped abruptly when D'Esposito's fiance found out, and then they did file for a divorce. But D'Esposito has not been publicly accused of this. This is just the New York Times basically exposing the congressman. Looking at Laura Gillen, she is an attorney, or she was an attorney and a mother of 4, and she was also the former town of Hempstead supervisor, and she is trying to flip this county back to the Democrats, and she is currently doing that at the moment. 2 years ago, Gillian lost the seat by 10,000 votes to D'Esposito. Experts are saying that this might be a hard win for D'Esposito, but it's looking like it's a pretty close race at the moment. Another thing, too, is that with Harris being on the ballots, this should allow for Gillian to take the seats and hopefully, you know, and for Gillian, hopefully, to take back that Democratic seat. Guys, that's all I have for you.
Max, thank you so much. We'll be watching all those toss-up races throughout the night, but for right now, we got a presidential race.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot to talk about right here in our home state of New York with those congressional races. But we've got our very own Harrison Calder in studio to talk about the Florida presidential race. Harrison, I mentioned it was a little bit surprising how quick it was called earlier. You're a Florida native. Tell us what you're seeing in the polls.
Most definitely, guys. It's an honor to be on here with you tonight. This one wrapped up quick. Florida and its 30 electoral votes who have been called for former President Donald Trump. A big margin there, 56.1% compared to 43% for former President Trump over Kamala Harris. Florida has been viewed as a battleground state throughout recent history, but we haven't seen that as much within the last 3 elections. When you look at 2000 with George Bush beating Al Gore, that was a big swing for Donald Trump. But now we look at 2016, 2020, and 2024. 100,000 votes was the margin for Trump over Clinton. Trump over Biden was 400,000. Trump is currently winning by 1.4 million as of right now. Florida has become red, and a lot of it is because of Trump's presence in Florida. He cast his vote in Palm Beach earlier today and will be at Mar-a-Lago tonight throughout the election. Here's what he had to say about his election plans.
We're going to have a very special group of people, many of whom you know, and they'll be at Mar-a-Lago. In addition, we'll have 4,000 or 5,000 people at the convention center. On the assumption I win, I mean, I don't know if something else happens. I don't know what's going to happen in terms of declaring victory. It looks like we have many more Republicans voting today than Democrats. So if you have a lead and we have a bigger vote, that means you're doing very well, but they have to call a winner.
Looking at specific counties and how they cast their votes this cycle, what changed from 2020 was Dade County, where Miami is, Tampa, and Jacksonville being some of the areas that flipped red this time around. Since 1996, Florida has been on the winning side of each election since 2020, so it'll be interesting which trend will be followed tonight. These 30 electoral votes give Trump another state in what he expected to win. We'll see what ends up happening. Guys, I'm going to send it back to you.
Hey, Harrison, thank you. Super interesting stuff there. But we can now go back to the Midwestern state of Nebraska. We mentioned it's one of the split ones earlier. Donald Trump has won Nebraska's District 3, and it's one electoral vote. Luke, he has now swept one of those states that we talked about that split on electoral votes.
Do we actually? I think we still have one more vote outstanding. There's still one more congressional district vote outstanding. So it's 4 electoral votes in total. So we have 3 of them going for Donald Trump. That was expected. There's still the 2nd district, which is Omaha, Nebraska. That is expected polling-wise. It's a little bit lean Democrat. It goes towards Kamala Harris, expected to. It's not been called yet, but we're waiting to see how that all pans out.
Okay, and let's pivot back, before we can make any more calls, let's pivot back to talking about Florida. As I mentioned, big surprise that it was called so early in the night before we even got on here. We were just looking at Miami-Dade County going for Trump.
Yeah, can we take a look at the map right now? You can see 86% of the vote is in. Florida, they know how to count their votes quick. You could give them that. Donald Trump winning in Miami-Dade County. Miami-Dade includes, obviously, the city of Miami. Miami. President Biden won that county in 2020 by, 53 to 46% of the vote that he won that county by in 2020. Donald Trump, it seems, has flipped Miami-Dade County, which is huge. I actually want to zoom out a little bit here and take us up to Pinellas County. It's near St. Petersburg and Bridgewater. Let's see here. Pinellas County. Okay, so this has been a swing county. It went for Obama in 2012, Trump in 2016, Biden in 2020, DeSantis in 2022, and now, let's see how many percent of the vote is in. 84%. Donald Trump is leading there. A little bit tighter of a lead than he has in Miami-Dade County. Let's take a look up at Hillsborough, which is the Tampa area, Jake, because that is also looks like it's a little bit closer right now. But that has projected Donald Trump twice in 2 previous elections.
And when we talk about Miami-Dade County, we talk about the Latino vote, which was a big question mark for Trump rolling into this election. Obviously, a lot of controversy around Trump and Latinos, right? He had he has immigration policies that a lot of Latinos don't like, but he has immigration policies that a lot of them are into. He has he had the comedian Tony Hinchcliffe talking about Puerto Rico in the Madison Square Garden rally, excuse me. It was a big question on whether or not he was going to win with Latino voters. Miami-Dade County might be a tell for the rest of the nation, although it did go red in those 2022 midterms while the rest of the country saw the blue wave.
Yeah.
So
if you're the Kamala Harris campaign, I don't think you're very happy with these Florida results right now and what that could mean in other states that have Latino populations, particularly out west. You're looking at Arizona and Nevada. Will be interesting to see how those end up going throughout the night.
Yeah, absolutely not.
Ohio's $467 million Senate race is now the most expensive non-presidential contest on record. Our Ben Bassick traveled to his home state and spoke with voters to see if all that spending will allow the Democratic incumbent, Sherrod Brown, to close out strong.
Senator Brown Incumbent Senator Sherrod Brown is running for a 4th term against Trump-endorsed businessman Bernie Moreno.
We love Ohio and we love Bernie Moreno.
Ohioans have stayed loyal to Brown since 2006, even while supporting Trump for president. A trend mirrored here in Wood County. White, middle-income, Republican-leaning voters similar to the rest of the state's demographics. I talked to county residents and officials to see if Sherrod Brown is able to swim upstream in a red state.
I'll disagree with Ohio is starting to lean more Republican. During this election cycle, he has pivoted more towards the middle. I do know I'd rather have Sherrod Brown moderated over Bernie Moreno anywhere near the Senate.
Moreno's policies are literally insane. We can't be looking at going back to and increasing fossil fuels.
I just think it's time for change. Sherrod's been there for 30 plus years, I think. Economy's really struggling. Gas prices, men and women's sports. When you've been part of the problem, rare that you fix the problem.
There's just a heavy demand in this area for the Trump merchandise. I'll look for who I know and don't know. If I'm not sure, then I guess I'll vote Republican.
I'm not too familiar with the Senate race. I don't like what Sherrod Brown's done for the border.
We actually went to the border together last year, very supportive of law enforcement. I have been pleasantly surprised at the number of people I've talked to who are Republican that say they're going to vote for Sherrod Brown. I will be voting for Sherrod Brown for the U.S. Senate. I will be voting for Donald Trump for the White House.
Folks that I talk to know that Senator Brown's always had their back. The American Rescue Plan Act invests an unprecedented amount of money in housing repair grants, funding things like HVAC improvements, roof repairs, millions of dollars invested in improving our infrastructure here locally, $1 million in investment in our public park system.
The 2024 race for the White House is almost over, but until Ohio weighs in, we don't know what the next president will actually be able to accomplish. Reporting for the Wood County Board of Elections, I'm Ben Bassick, Citrus TV News.
Ben, thank you so much. We're going to bring Ben right back in after the break to talk about that Ohio Senate race. Andrea-Rose Oates will be in for the next block. Stick with us for all the results.
They'll test you. Try to break your will. But however loud the loudness gets, however many cheese puffs may fly, you're the driver, the one in control. Stand firm. Just wait. And move only when you hear the click that says they're buckled in for the drive. Never give up till they buckle up.
Dad?
Just 1 minute, okay?
Hey, Bobo, do trees tell each other stories?
I'm sorry. I'm afraid I don't know that.
Hey, why don't we go find out? Listen.
Do clouds take naps?
I couldn't tell you.
Can birds draw pictures?
I don't have an answer for that.
Dad, do stars visit their friends?
Look!
Their voices are heard this election. For many, this is their first time voting, looking to identify with a candidate who will fight for the issues they care about most. Here to talk more about youth voters and their power in this election is Citrus TV analyst Dylan Augustine.
On campus are interested. I feel like it's important, and also for a lot of us, it's our first time being able to vote, so I feel like a lot of people are excited to have that decision in their hands this year.
The presidential election is back, and as the nation prepares to vote in its next leader, multiple questions arise. Will the youth have a major part in voting? And how do college students feel going into November 5th?
So young people turn out at lower rates than older people. Partially, older people turn out because they've done it before, so habits are really important.
However, under certain circumstances, anything could change. In 2020, there were records set for youth voter turnout at 52.5% of 18 to 29-year-olds casting a ballot. And as for this year, well, both campaigns have sought using different kinds of marketing to try to attract young voters.
So I think on both sides. I've seen a lot of good TikToks, I've seen a lot of good YouTube videos on both sides. I'm gonna be honest, I feel like they're hitting the right spots there with the youth.
As of today, both campaigns have made great strides in targeting the youth. According to NBC News, Trump is up 16 points with young men, and Harris is up 14 points with young women.
The pop culture, I think, youth demographic being catered to in this election is because the mass media, the traditional media, is less important for young people than it is for older people.
With 8 million new voters in this year's election cycle, yes, the youth will be coming out to vote. Will it be the same size as 2020? Well, we're not sure until after the election. But be assured that places like Syracuse University and other campuses will have students coming out to vote. Dylan Augustine, Citrus TV News.
Thanks, Dylan. Abortion access is an issue that has divided the country for decades. With such a partisan issue, both candidates have had to take a clear stance. Here to tell us more is Citrus TV analyst Megan Acker. Megan?
Good evening, Andy. After the overturn of Roe v. Wade, abortion access went from being a right to a crime in several states across the United States. With this being the first election since the controversial decision, abortion has taken center stage as one of the most pressing issues for voters. When analyzing how Trump and Harris have tackled the issue, we see two vastly different tactics. Harris has stood firmly pro-choice, touting a history of supporting abortion access initiatives even in her early days as Attorney General. She's been campaigning hard on the issue, accusing Trump of planning to legalize a nationwide abortion ban as recently as last week.
That is immoral, and Trump's not done. He would ban abortion nationwide, restrict access to birth control and put IVF treatments at risk, and forced states to monitor women's pregnancies. Just Google Project 2025 and read the plans for yourself.
Now, Trump has denied his support for such a ban, but he's also proudly taken credit for Roe several times. To make things more confusing, Melania Trump recently expressed her total disagreement with any anti-abortion legislation, despite her husband's decidedly prohibitive stance. But how much do these issues really matter to Republican voters? According to Pew Research Center, only 35% of Republican voters view abortion as an important issue, even with 57% of them believing that abortion should be illegal in all or most cases. On the flip side, for Harris, 63% of Democrats prioritize the issue, meaning her staunch support should have a positive impact on voters. But we'll just have to wait and see whether that support ends up paying off. Andy, back to you at the desk.
Thanks, Megan. Now to talk about the Texas Senate and presidential races. Our Citrus TV analyst Jackson Breslin brings us the latest. Jackson?
Thanks, Andy. Well, Texas has been a target for Democrats to flip in both presidential and congressional races for years. But right now, they are in a very tense senatorial race between Colin Allred, who is the congressman from Texas's 32nd district, and incumbent Ted Cruz, who is running for his third term in Congress. Now, this is drawing shades of Beto O'Rourke's challenge back in 2018. Now, O'Rourke lost that race by 2.6%, but Allred is seen as a potential safety net for Democrats to flip if John Tester of Montana or another Democratic senator loses their seat. Now, right now, Allred is behind 45.2% to 52.9%. Cruz is in the lead. We'll have to see if Cruz will continue to gain on that lead or if Allred can kind of claw back.
And Jackson, you know, if Democrats are viewing this Senate seat as a potential to possibly pick up, how have Republicans responded to this instance?
Yeah, Allred has gotten a lot of support from Democrats, a lot of funding from Democrats, but with Cruz, a lot of the onus has been on him to get the vote out and to raise money. He's been on Fox News asking for donations. He's complained, in all honesty, about not having that support from Trump or major Republicans, whereas Allred has had a lot of that. But this has been the most expensive Senate race in this cycle. Both campaigns have raised over $160 million.
Definitely something interesting to think about, Jackson. And finally, how can Allred close that very close 2.6% gap that Beto had back in 2018, just a few years ago?
It's going to be difficult, especially with the polls right now. But Allred, the closer that you get to flipping the seat, the harder it is, the more entrenched voters that you have. But Allred is running very hard on abortion. Texas has one of the strictest abortion laws in the country. After 6 weeks, it is illegal to have an abortion in Texas with very limited exceptions. So Allred is running hard on that, and he's hoping to try and flip white suburban women who may vote for Trump at the top of the ticket, but might disagree with Cruz down ballot. Cruz is a very prominent figure in the Republican Party, but he's not a very popular one for a lot of Texans. But let's switch gears into the presidential race. Right now, we've already called it for former President Trump, and that's 40 electoral votes. That's the second most in the country behind California. But there's a couple reasons for that, and let's take a look at why Harris has lost Texas. A lot of it comes down to immigration. Throughout this election cycle, Trump has called Harris the border czar, even though that's not true. Harris was just tasked with leading the Biden administration's diplomatic efforts to determine the root causes of immigration in South and Central American countries. The actual border czar, if that's what you want to call it, was Secretary of State Alejandro Mayorkas. So a lot of that has come down to Texan voters have really struggled with, have considered immigration as their biggest concern. According to the Texas Politics Project, which is out of UT Austin, border security and immigration were the biggest areas of concern for Texan voters. That's why Harris struggled to win Texas. Her best chance was being able to convert border counties along Texas, but because border security and immigration has been such a big deal, that's why Harris lost Texas.
Thanks, Jackson. Really important information. Moving on, we now bring in analyst Peter Barry to talk about New York's first congressional district. Peter?
Hey, Andy. This is one of the most Long Island races you can get. Nick LaLota, incumbent Republican, is trying to make himself a sophomore in the Congress, but It's a pretty close race as LaLota is leading John Avlon, former CNN anchor and Democrat, by 3 points in a Siena poll just last week. But let's take a look at the polling. It doesn't seem like there's any votes that have been counted, but one of the main attacks that LaLota and Avlon are having is none of them actually live in the district. Avlon has said that he's lived in Sag Harbor, but LaLota has been saying that he lives in New York City. And Avlon has been calling on LaLota to actually move into the district as it's more in Amityville. But they're also fighting around the SALT Deduction Act, which doesn't help families pay for property taxes. But this was all redistrict. This is a former Lee Zeldin district who ran for governor in 2022, but it has been pretty red since Zeldin has gotten to office. But Andy, I'm going to send it back to you.
Thanks, Peter. And now talking about the Ohio Senate. Well, for now on, we're going to move on from that, but we're going to move right into a PSA. We'll be right back.
To an excellent episode of Live from Studio B.
Welcome back to our Citrus TV Election Night special. We're bringing Ben Bassick right back in to talk about that all-important Ohio Senate race. We mentioned a little bit earlier in the show, it's hard to see Democrats retaining control of the Senate if they lose that Ohio race. Ben, what's the latest update?
Yeah, guys, this is absolutely huge. I mean, if they lose this seat, they have very slim chance in maintaining the Senate. That kind of vanishes, like we said. Right now, we know Bernie Moreno is leading that race, just over 5 percentage points. All the polls before this said that Sherrod Brown would be leading that race. The amount of money we've seen, over $400 million in spending going into this race, and it's not necessarily paying off for Sherrod Brown in the moment. So right now, we have the two candidates. Cleveland endorsed businessman Bernie Moreno. He had some car dealerships in the past, moving to blockchain technology, sold off all those shares and entered politics for the first time ever going into this race. That's a concern along a lot of Ohio voters that he doesn't have the experience. When it comes to Sherrod Brown, it's the opposite. Sherrod Brown has been in office just about as long as I was born in Ohio, about 17 years now. He is the incumbent Democrat. And Moreno has said that he is, quote, too liberal for Ohio. And all those attack ads, that's the language that's being used. Very blue collar, very pro-union. And a lot of locals and voters in Ohio are saying that he's on the ground. I talked to a lot of people that said they've grabbed coffee with him on Main Street in Bowling Green. He's there, he's present, people trust him. But it seems like Moreno is climbing away with that vote in this race specifically. Now, when it comes to this race, Moreno's situation is interesting. Democrats spent $2.7 million promoting Moreno as the candidate. Moreno was not the fan of Republicans at the executive level in the state for that primary election, but he was endorsed by Donald Trump. However, so he went up against Matt Dolan and Frank LaRose, the Secretary of State and the Attorney General. He did not get the endorsement of Ohio Governor Mike DeWine right away, but he did get that Trump endorsement. That seemed to have pushed him across the finish line there. He got all 88 counties in the primary election, but we'll have to see if that Trump endorsement pushes him past the finish line for the Senate race against Sherrod Brown. Now, amongst independents, 48% of independents are supporting Brown, 37% of independents are supporting Moreno, so less independent support there. Trump holds 50% of the Ohio vote. We know he already won the state. And Sherrod Brown holds just about 47% of that vote. When it comes to voter demographics, we have men and white voters leaning towards Moreno, and women and lower income voters in those urban areas, those 3 Cs, Columbus, Cleveland, Cincinnati, all leaning towards Sherrod Brown. Now, when it comes to issues in this state, it's been an issue-based election. First off, one that I've heard a lot talking to voters, abortion. Moreno has mentioned in the past a national abortion ban. That's a campaign point that Sherrod Brown has relentlessly conveyed through those attack ads. And Moreno has also said that he's absolutely pro-life with no exceptions when it comes to abortion. Nikki Haley we saw come out and say to Moreno, are you trying to lose the election? Because he does need to pick up those woman voters to win the state, especially those white women in those rural areas. Ohio enshrined abortion in the state constitution by 60% of the vote just a bit ago, along with marijuana in the state constitution as well. But again, no exceptions when it comes to abortion. This is an issue-based election. That Trump endorsement seems to be paying off for Moreno and pushing him across the finish line a little quicker than Sherrod Brown from what we can see right now, for sure.
Yeah. Ben, let's move over now to the presidential results that we're seeing out of Iowa. This used to be a swing state not all that long ago, called pretty early in the night for Donald Trump.
Yeah, for sure. Was a swing state, not necessarily a swing state anymore when it comes to Ohio. I know the old saying was, as goes Ohio, so goes the nation, but we've kind of seen it take this Republican lean for the past couple years. No longer a battleground state, still 17 electors, still helping Republicans, but neither candidate, Trump nor Harris, has visited the state since March when Trump was campaigning with Bernie Moreno, like we said earlier. And Brown has kind of strayed away from campaigning with Harris in general and being with any Democrats. He's voicing his opinions at a lot more moderate, a lot more independent, coming across that as voters, as this is more of a red state as we see it now. J.D. Vance, also from Ohio, the other senator from Middletown, that kind of sealed the deal for Trump when it comes to those rural counties. Now, Biden was the first to win the presidency without Ohio since 1960, and Trump kind of appealed to those people that Biden didn't, those rural, white, non-college educated, older populated voters. That makes up a lot of the Ohio base in the state. All those demographics leaning Republican, all those demographics, especially in those rural counties, leaning towards Bernie Moreno. Trump carried 81 of those Ohio 88 counties in 2016, and that's when he won as well. So,
Ben, we're going to keep you here for a second. We're going to try and take a look right back at our magic map here for a second. I know me and you were talking a little bit about some of the counties in this Senate race. Where do you see the gains being lost for Democrats? I know we're mentioning that a lot of it is already called in these big blue counties like Franklin County, where Columbus is, up near Toledo, but we're still seeing Moreno with a lead. What do you see in there?
Yeah, so what's really interesting here is that the Democrats are winning those more urban areas, like I said, that Cleveland, Cincinnati, Columbus, but they're not winning enough. I mean, those people aren't going out and mobilizing the vote as they thought they might. I talked to a member of the Moreno campaign just a little bit ago, and I think he picked up a lot of momentum with grassroots campaigning. And that's really what drove this vote home for Moreno, especially in those rural counties. Sherrod Brown was lagging behind there, even though he had those urban populaces. Now, when it comes to county specifics, we have Cuyahoga. That is home to Cleveland. That is Bernie Moreno's home county as well. And that everyone said this could determine what happens in this election. It's been blue for a long time, but there is a purple ring around the city, and then outside of that, and the rest of the county tends to lean red. So obviously those people outside of that urban center are voting for Moreno in higher numbers than previously anticipated. We also, if we move a little bit north towards the border of Michigan near Toledo, we have Wood County. Wood County tended to follow the rest of the electorate for the past couple years. 2020, 2016, voting for Trump, supporting Brown in 06, 2012, and 2018. And Bowling Green is that urban center. That is a Sherrod Brown base, a place that he's campaigned a lot and been a lot just in face recently, showing a lot of rural farmland in that area as well. A huge point in this election was green energy. That is a huge green energy spot in Wood County. They have a huge solar field and a lot of move towards electric vehicles, something Moreno has been spoken out against, Sherrod Brown has spoken in favor of. Now, if we take one more county, this is where Toledo is, Lucas County, right on the border of Michigan and Ohio. That's historically blue. And this kind of talks about how long people in Ohio have held their seats. We said Sherrod Brown has been there 17 years. Marcy Kaptur is the longest serving female member of Congress. She has been in that county for a long time now as well. So we do have this kind of legacy politics among Democrats in Ohio. I think a lot of that may be changing, and it could be changing here tonight. I mean, this is truly influential to the Senate, and if Bernie Moreno continues to climb at the rates that we're seeing, this could very much vanish the Democrats' chances at holding the Senate going forward.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Well, we're going to switch back to our big map now, and we can now project that Donald Trump is going to win Missouri and its 10 electoral votes, Trump completing that expected sweep across the Southeast.
Lots of states across the Southeast. Georgia, not yet called, one of our talking points. Toss-up states, North Carolina as well, not called, but so far, the states we expected him to win across the South, he's been doing pretty well.
Absolutely, Luke, and adding 10 to that 177 total.
Absolutely. Alrighty. Well, let's take a look now at our next story. We're going to be looking at the impact of celebrities in politics. Many players in this election campaign. While some spend their time organizing rallies, others spend it performing in front of sold-out stadiums. Taylor Swift, anybody? Our Brandon Myers has how celebrities played a role in this race.
Here at the JMA Wireless Dome, we've seen celebrities come and go. From Bruce Springsteen and the Red Hot Chili Peppers last year, to Billy Joel and Sting expected to come later in the spring. But when you can fill a stadium of this size, people tend to notice your political opinion. Soon after its launch, the Harris campaign branded themselves as Brat, following an endorsement from Charlie XCX, a popular artist among young listeners. And even though Brat's summer is over, election fall is in full swing.
This is going to be a turnout election. So the point is to get as many of your supporters enthusiastic enough to actually go to the polls.
Margaret Thompson, an elections professor at the Maxwell School, says celebrity endorsements aren't about getting undecided voters to pick a side, but about getting current supporters to vote at all. Following the debate, Taylor Swift endorsed Harris, but also encouraged voters to get registered.
Some of them, ironically, may say, oh, I better register to vote so I can vote for Trump. Thank you for reminding me, Taylor Swift.
While different celebrities have different audiences, we asked students here at SU if these icons are going to influence their vote.
Some of the followers will just, do what they say. That's not really like my style. I want to do how I feel, not what one of my favorite celebrities is doing.
To me, personally not, just because I do have very strong beliefs and a celebrity doesn't necessarily sway which way I would lean politically, but I do think for others it could, especially for younger voters, because that's who they look up to.
I don't think anyone's voting for a party purely because they saw Taylor Swift do it, or at least I'd hope not.
There are many different factors that can influence how any given person votes. So will celebrities be one of those factors that turn the tide? Well, all that is yet to be seen. In Syracuse for Election Night 2024, I'm Brandon Myers.
Brandon, thank you so much. Celebrities having so much influence in this election. We're going to keep the discussion topic to that. We're going to bring back in our senior analyst, Alana Epstein. Alana, what do you got?
Yeah, I mean, so many celebrity endorsements. Last night, Katy Perry and, so many other people as well. 50 Cent was offered $3 million last week to perform at Trump's rally at MSG. He turned it down. So I'm just
probably
curious.
A good choice given how the other performers at MSG did after the fact,
True. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm just curious. I'm going to bring in Isabella Galan. Bella, do you think that these celebrity endorsements have helped or hurt the candidates?
I mean, I definitely think it helps in the demographic of Gen Z. Gen Z typically tends to vote less than the older voter like Gen X and things like that. They're usually voting 30 to 20% less. So I think it does help there because seeing a celebrity or someone that you really admire and look up to support a candidate kind of does have some influence. Not necessarily everyone takes that into fully consideration, but I mean, it sure doesn't hurt. I mean, look at Gracie Abrams right now. She is doing phenomenal, not only on her own with her deluxe album, but then she also performed at a rally for Kamala Harris. And that, I really think, was to her advantage because it got a lot of Gen Z, not only just Gen Z voters in general, but a lot of Gracie Abrams fans that may not have necessarily been unsure about who they were going to vote for, kind of lean more towards her because of how popular she is right now. And I think a lot of other celebrities do that too. And you can't also even forget influencers. And I mean, Donald Trump, he brought in Bryce Hall, Logan Paul. They're big players in the social media world, so you can't forget those influencers as well.
100%. Now, Bella, Alana, Jake, we were all here on debate night.
Yes, we were.
Immediately after the debate, Taylor Swift posted a picture with her cat, dubbed Childless Cat Lady. Epic dig at JD Vance there. Endorsing Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. But that was really it. That's all we really saw from her in terms of
No
politicking.
cookies this year.
Yeah, I was going to say
no
cookies this year.
But are
That
you
is true.
surprised that she didn't get out, Alana, and perform for Harris,
I mean,
considering
I
all the
know-
celebs we saw get out there?
I know there was some talk about it, but I will
Yeah.
say, even yesterday when I was scrolling on Instagram and today, all of these celebrities are posting, you know, I voted, and normally they just post that they voted and it's get out there and vote. But no, all the celebrities this year are posting I voted and this is who I voted for. And that is a trend that I have not seen before. But Bella, going back to the social media thing, you know, I'm curious, have these TikToks, have these influencers, because I know a lot of young voters are saying, you know, I get my news from these TikToks. Has that brought more young voters out to the polls
It's
this
the end
year?
of our industry, getting news from
Yeah,
TikToks.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, looking at those numbers too, specifically ages 18 to 29, it was reported for Pew Research Center that 48% of users on TikTok in that age range use TikTok to get their political news, and then 52% use it to just get regular news in general. Forget about the election. They're using TikTok as the main source of their news, which is kind of crazy considering how many people can just put whatever video they want about any given topic without any research to necessarily back it up. It can be a little bit scary in those instances, but then I think that's when celebrities and influencers can kind of come in and be like that middle ground to still understand, because a lot of them do say, hey, do your research.
That's true.
Do follow up and read the poll. Like, go look at the polls, go vote for yourself and educate yourself. They're just there to kind of serve as that, like, I don't know, model, I guess. Like, I mean, they are still very influential and they do sway a lot of people, just like we were talking about, Luke, earlier when Taylor Swift endorsed Kamala Harris.
Right.
So many new voters then registered to vote. That didn't necessarily mean that they ended up voting, but they registered to vote, and that's a step. So I mean, it really could be a big play, these social media and how it plays also with the fact of celebrities and how involved they are in this process compared to in recent years.
Yeah, Isabella and Alana, thank you. So interesting to see how those platforms are shifting. But we're going to go out west for our next projection. We can now project Donald Trump to win Montana and its 4 electoral votes. Luke, another expected state.
Another expected state, we had a wave of poll closes at the top of the hour, including Iowa, which we spent a lot of time talking about last night, and the Seltzer poll. I'm sure we'll get into that. Once we start seeing results come in out of Iowa, the first in the nation caucus state, that legendary Seltzer poll had Harris up by 3 points there. So we'll see. If that turns around tonight, we're going to start getting results in. We're also expecting results out of Nevada, Sin City, Las Vegas. We're expecting to see results come in there shortly. That is one of our many toss-up states.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we're going to head back to the southeast and talk about North Carolina.
Another toss-up state.
Another toss-up state. Ethan, what's the latest?
Yeah, thanks, Jake. So North Carolina expected to be one of the closest states in this election. And if we look right now, former President Trump has about a 5-point lead or so over Vice President Kamala Harris. Now, back in 2020, President Joe Biden only lost the state by about 77,000 votes, cutting the lead down from cutting former President Trump's margin from 2016 of 177,000 votes down, but still was not enough. As you take a look here, about five points or so separating the two candidates, maybe 4 now, Kamala Harris is trying to become the first Democrat to carry the Tar Heel state since Barack Obama did back in 2008. So it's been a while for the Democrats here in North Carolina. Take a look at some major issues in North Carolina. Number one is Hurricane Helene, which made landfall back in late September. It killed nearly 100 people in North Carolina. It really affected the western parts of the state, and there was some real worry that those parts of the state wouldn't be able to vote, or they wouldn't be able to open the polling places on time. However, most of the polling places were able to open on time for early voting, and in fact, the counties most affected by the hurricane actually outperforming in the more eastern parts of the state in early voting. So it'll be interesting to see if that trend continues as the night moves on. Now, a major point in this is to see the research triangle around Raleigh. Those points are a major Democratic stronghold to see if Kamala Harris can continue what President Biden did and carry that pretty strongly.
Yeah, we're going to jump back and take a look at those in a second, but first we have another race call out of North Carolina, which is the governor's race there, which has caused a lot of controversy in recent weeks and months. Who's the winner out of North Carolina for governor, Ethan?
So the Democratic Attorney General Josh Stein, we project to win the governor's race in North Carolina. This race garnished a lot of national attention, and it wasn't exactly because of how close it was. Josh Stein won this race by about 13 points or so. The Josh Stein was not the main topic on the media, though, in this race. It was Republican, the Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson. About a month ago, CNN reported that he went onto an adult film website and commented saying that he is, quote, a black Nazi. After that scandal, a lot of his campaign staff quit walking off the campaign. Former President Trump did not pull his endorsement from Robinson. However, he did not really mention him in any of his North Carolina rallies, let alone bring him on stage to talk. So the Democrats are really hoping to see a boost in the presidential race from this scandal. However, Kamala Harris really is underperforming significantly Josh Stein in this race. She's underperforming actually by about 18 points right now. Stein winning by 13, Vice President Harris down about 5. So it'll be interesting to see if the governor's race will really make an impact as Democrats are hoping for.
Yeah, Ethan, stay with me a little bit here because I want to talk about the turnout in that research triangle that you were talking about. Let's start in Wake County, which is, we're looking at the Raleigh area. I want to compare how the governor was doing there, the soon-to-be governor-elect Josh Stein. He currently has 70% of the vote in Wake County. Let's take a look at how that compares on the presidential level. 63% of the vote for Kamala Harris at the moment. So let's take a look at that. There's 63% of the vote in Wake County in comparison to 70% of the vote there for Josh Stein. I want to go to some of the other counties there. Let's check out Durham County. Durham County, Josh Stein at 84% of the vote. He's really running up the numbers there, Ethan, in the research triangle compared to the presidential race. Kamala Harris, okay, that's about similar. That's even still 4 points behind. So it seems as though Harris is running a good deal behind Josh Stein. Do you think, Ethan, that she can make up those numbers? How much does she need to do?
Yeah, so she needs to not only get to what President Biden got in 2020 in these counties, but exceed. You said that Harris is running behind in Wake County.
Right.
President Biden got 62% in Wake. Kamala Harris is about 63, so that's good.
Okay,
but
she's outperforming Biden, but Biden lost in North
Biden
Carolina.
lost, yeah. So she's gonna
really got to outperform him.
Yeah, she's gonna need to outperform more than just 1 point in these Democratic strongholds. The Wake grew a lot since the last election. That Democrats were really hoping to get better turnout from Wake and those research triangles. But they're going to need to get closer to those Josh Stein numbers in these Democratic strongholds than what Kamala Harris is really putting up the numbers right now, what she is.
Ethan, absolutely. That was one of those states that Kamala Harris led in those late polls, so it'll be really interesting to see how accurate those polls were, and that'll tell us a lot about who's going to make the 270 first. But speaking of that, we could go back out west to project another state for Donald Trump. Donald Trump is projected to win Utah and its 6 electoral votes. We can also project him to win Colorado and its 10 electoral votes. So 2 more states for Trump out west, and we'll have a lot more when we come back on the other side on this historic night. Stay with us.
Hi, my name is Sadie Miller.
My name is Luke Brady. I go by St. Luke.
So this one I started with this guitar lick.
Welcome back to our Citrus TV election special. We want to make a quick correction. Donald Trump did not win Colorado. We can now call Colorado for Kamala Harris, another expected state for Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
She's starting to catch up with those West Coast states reporting and coming on their way in. So I'd like to make a quick correction there. Kamala Harris wins Colorado.
Appreciate that. We're going to be on the air for about 4 hours, so occasionally we'll have a couple goofs, maybe more than 4 hours.
It's a long night.
Who
Long
knows?
night.
It's
Need
really
a lot of
interesting that Kamala Harris won in Colorado, though, because that was actually a state where the Secretary of State there tried to sue to get Donald Trump pulled off the ballot. Unsuccessful. The Supreme Court said, no, you can't do that.
Doesn't that feel like it was 4 years ago?
That was
not long ago.
It was so long ago. It was so long ago.
This
Remember when
campaign-
President Biden was running? Anyways.
Oh, this campaign has been forever.
Alrighty, we're going to toast now to our friend Luke Welch, who's back at John Mannion Watch Party headquarters. Luke, what's happening over there?
Yeah, Luke, well, the atmosphere is still pretty much the same. Everyone's happy that John Mannion is currently winning this race, but Senator Mannion has yet to show up and make his opening remarks, but he might as well be here by the time that he's popping up on the screens to the left and the right of me when they see that he is currently in the lead. We have roughly 60% of the vote in, and he's leading roughly 120,000 to just under 100,000 votes, but people are still hopeful, and another person that is hopeful is Syracuse Common Council member representing the 1st district in Onondaga County, Common Council member Marty Nave. Now, Marty, can you tell me a little bit about what brought you out here to Senator Mannion's watch party to support the...
Well, I was invited here. I've known John and his family for many years, and I was invited. Please come out. We want you to come to the watch party. And I was very gracious of John. I saw him on Saturday with House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries and Congressman Tim Kennedy, and so we've had a very good bond. John and I, we have talked for a number of years on issues. When he was state senator, when he was running for state senator, when I was running for the Common Council, he had my back, and I certainly had John's back.
Now, a lot of issues concerning New York 22 are investment into the economy with Micron, investment into the environment with the safety of the water here. Well, can you speak a little bit about that?
Sure. So it's very important when we have an opportunity to have Micron come here. It's very important to have as our congressional representative someone with John Mannion's expertise. Being in the New York State Senate, he's made numerous contacts. He knows the area. He's no stranger. He was born and raised here. You know, he knows the constituency. He knows what's on their minds. And there's more than just talking about Micron. You could talk about unity. We could talk about our crumbling, maybe our roads. And I'm not talking about what we're doing now with the new interstate program, but our sewer systems and our cities and our towns. When we have breakdowns, we need more sidewalk, more road repair. To have someone with John Mannion there, because he knows the areas. He knows just not Syracuse, he knows the towns, he knows the villages though. He knows the town councilor members, he knows the town mayors, the county legislators. He knows all of us here in Syracuse Common Council, you know? So that's important. He's not going in a situation where he's a stranger, you know? And I can say this, he's one of us, born and raised here in central New York.
And that's something that's very important to voters. Common Council member Marty Nave, thank you for joining us. We'll have all the updates when Senator Mannion arrives here at his watch party. But for now, Jake and Luke, I'll toss it back to you.
Luke, thanks so much. Let's go quickly across town to Mannion's opponent, Congressman Brandon Williams' watch party. Lauren, how's it looking over there?
Yeah, good evening, guys. Votes are starting to trickle in as the hours go by. As you know, the polls close just around an hour.
Panel coming in.
Panel, come on in.
Come on, panel. What are we talking about?
Just around an hour ago now, those polls were... So those polls closed just around an hour ago now, and we are seeing more of those votes start to trickle in as the time passes. And as for Onondaga County, looking at the race right now, Mannion has just under 60% of the total vote, and Williams just above 40% of the total vote right now. But what's interesting to me about this so far with the count is that these two candidates are around tied with the votes that have been counted that were casted today on the actual election day. A lot of the early voting are coming for John Mannion are coming from those early voting ballots and those absentee ballots. But as for the numbers today, on Election Day, they are about tied right now, so we will keep you updated as more votes tend to come in throughout the night. But I want to give you a look inside the Williams campaign. We are still waiting to hear remarks from Congressman Williams himself, but people are starting to take their places and waiting for what we have to see for the rest of the night. We will keep you updated as the rest of those votes continue to come in throughout the night, guys.
Lauren, thanks so much. We're going to bring back in our election night panel. Alana, I want to go to you first. We're talking exit polls. What do you got?
Yeah, so according to an ABC exit poll from earlier tonight, 35% of voters cared most about the state of democracy. That's obviously very interesting. And favoring Harris, I mean, obviously she's been talking a lot about that. 31% of voters were most concerned about the economy. And obviously Trump has talked a lot about the economy in this campaign, the economy under Biden and Harris. 14% cared most about the issue of abortion. And obviously Harris has spent a lot of her campaign talking about women's rights. And 11% cared most about immigration, which is kind of surprising to me. I thought, I think a lot of people were saying that immigration would be a little bit higher in that. So to me, those rankings are pretty interesting. But state of democracy has been the #1 thing that voters are concerned about with this election so far.
Really interesting. Ronnie, I know you've been looking at some of the outstanding vote that we're still watching come in.
Yeah, absolutely. But something I want to say on those exit polls, too. Trump has actually been polling better with Black and Latino voters. Mainly, if you look in those states like Florida, we saw Miami-Dade County tonight, very large Cuban population in that county. You look down in Arizona, those results obviously are not in yet. That's a state that's still outstanding. Black and Latino voters, when polled, speak heavily on the impact of the economy. They speak heavily on the impact of the border crisis. And not to say that those groups always feel this way, but they do have confidence in Donald Trump to solve that problem for them, more so than Kamala Harris. So that's something that's interesting, too. Seeing as these exit polls have come out, I saw one that Trump's Latino support down in Florida did quite well today. With him winning that state.
He's winning Miami-Dade County by 10 points.
He is,
That's
and DeSantis won that too, so
and that does
you're
not bode
definitely
well
seeing a switch.
Yeah.
No, like you
Harris.
said earlier in the broadcast, Luke, I mean, I think if you're the Harris campaign right now, you're a little bit nervous about what could come out west.
Well, we're going to go one state north
absolutely.
of
I'm going
Florida.
to take a break. I'm going to stand up and stretch my legs here.
Well, why not?
Welcome our election night analyst, Michael Lamort, to the show. Michael, we're going to talk about Georgia. I want to start with what the race is looking like right now. What do you got for us?
Well, let's break this down. I can't stress enough just how much Georgia has been a swing state. You talk about 2016, Trump had a more than generous lead, which allowed him to win the state against Hillary. You go 4 years in the future, you go to 2020, it swings over to the Democrats.
Let's take a look at 2020 right now.
Yeah, you could look at 2020, look at that technology. Biden leads with 49%, a 0.3 margin that allowed him to go to the White House. Let's go to 2024 now. You look at Trump, he's leading with 51.8% of the current votes. This is what the public needs to understand. The current votes. There's plenty of votes to come in. In fact, let's go southeast over to Savannah in Chatham County. You look, Kamala Harris has 60% of the votes there, but that's only 31,000 votes that she has. You look at 2020. Let's go back to 2020. Sorry to make you move the technology a lot. He has 78,000 votes, so there's plenty of votes that are still yet to come in. You look at Chatham County, it's been historically known for those mail-in ballots, for those absentee ballots, so there's plenty of votes to come in. Let's go now to the urban center. Looking at Atlanta in Fulton County, Harris with 71% of the votes there. That's about 341,000 back in 2020. I'm not going to make you go back this time.
I'll do it. We can go back. We've got good technology
We can
here.
go back. Okay, well, let's look. See, 380,000 votes. That's what allowed Biden to take Fulton County and Atlanta, as well as the surrounding votes. Now, you have to think about that. There's still about, Harris is still underperforming against Biden, but plenty of time, still too early to tell. Let's zoom out now. So why exactly, if she's dominating in these urban areas, is Trump winning? Well, you look at how much he's flirting with all of those rural areas, but they don't come nearly as close population-wise as those urban environments. You look at let's look at any random county in the north.
Let's talk about Bartow County.
Bartow
How about
County.
that?
Yeah, exactly. Bartow County, look at the amount of votes here. There's like 70,000 votes. They're not going to come nearly as close to the
Well, so an interesting point about those rural voters is we know that Trump is going to sweep those rural areas.
Exactly.
Is Harris performing strongly enough so far in those urban areas to win Georgia? We talked about how close it was in 2020, just 11,000 votes. We, of course, remember that perfect phone call from Donald Trump to Brad Raffensperger asking him to find him. Just 11,000 votes. That is a razor-thin margin in a really important state. Is Harris doing well enough in those urban areas right now to win the state again?
Well, let's go back to Fulton County with Atlanta. You see how close Harris is to that 380,000 that President Biden was able to collect in his favor. So she's performing very well in Atlanta, but you go down to Chatham County where Savannah is, there's still so many votes to come in there, so she needs to tally those those votes if she plans to take the state. Donald Trump so far performing well in the rural areas. He's able to pull some votes from that urban area as well. He's going to need to continue to do so if he wants to take the vote, the state rather. Still plenty of time though. It took 2 weeks last election for Georgia to be certified, but it looks like the race is coming in rather quickly so far just tonight.
Michael, absolutely. One of our talking points, toss-up states. So we're going to keep a close eye on it. We'll have you back on the show. Plenty more throughout the night. I'll send it back to Luke at the desk.
Hey guys, can you take a look at Cobb County for me? It should be right outside Atlanta. It should be next door there to Fulton County, because this is a county that Hillary Clinton won very narrowly, 47-45 in 2016. Biden won it handily, 56-42 last time around. What are the results looking like so far?
Yeah, you look right now, Harris, Biden dropped out. You look at Harris, she has 204,000 compared to Trump's 151,000. Now, this is one of the urban areas that is rather close compared to, like we discussed with Fulton County, where there is a large discrepancy in votes. Again, way too early to tell, but this one is one of the closer urban areas than we would have expected.
And we talk so much about the suburbs on the edge of Cobb County, a little bit away from Atlanta. We talk about how this election is going to be won in the suburbs and the swing states. It'll be really interesting to see how close that margin is in those Atlanta counties.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, when we come back, we'll have much more for you. We'll have some more talking points, toss-up states. We'll have some more analysts. We've got it all here on the Citrus TV Election Night special. Stay with us.
Welcome to an excellent episode of Live from Studio B.
Welcome back to our Citrus TV election special. We've got another projection for you. We can now project that Kamala Harris will win the District of Columbia and its 3 electoral votes. Let's take a look at that map tally.
Shocking win there for Kamala Harris. It's actually where Vice President Harris is tonight, watching the election results. Those 3 extra electoral votes bring her up to 112, currently trailing the former President Donald Trump, the Republican, by 198. A reminder that we're still waiting on that 11 o'clock hour for poll closings, particularly in the state of California, the most populous, largest electoral college prize tonight. Well, right now we're going to look at a state that has not yet been called, the state of Minnesota. It's the home state of Vice President Harris's VP nominee, Tim Walz, and we bring in now our Jackson Breslin to talk all about it. Hey, Jackson.
Hey, Luke. Yeah, Minnesota has been one of those blue wall states. It hasn't gone red since 1972 when they voted for Richard Nixon. So it's actually it's the longest Democratic streak outside of Washington, D.C. in the country. But in 2016, it nearly flipped red. Hillary Clinton won it by less than 2%, but in 2020, Biden won it back by 7%. And a lot of that came down to those urban voters in the Twin Cities region. Hennepin County is the home of Minneapolis.
Okay, let's take a look at
Biden won that Let's take a look. Biden won that by 70.5%. That's 532,000 votes for Biden. That is a huge margin of victory.
Let me look at how it's looking right now.
Yeah.
If we have any results. Okay, so we are currently, it says estimated 0% in, but right now Harris is winning, so I don't know how that happened.
Yeah,
there we go.
only 2,000 votes there, so we're still very early on. Right now, Trump.
But she needs to run up numbers out here if she wants
Absolutely.
to win.
Statewide, Trump is up about 20,000 votes, but we are very early on. They've just started counting.
Yeah.
So another big county is Ramsey County. That's where St. Paul is. It's that Twin City area where Biden in 2020 really boosted those numbers and was able to win big, which helped carry him. In 2020, Biden only won 13 of Minnesota's 87 counties. But because those counties were so heavily populated, he was able to carry the state to victory.
That's a lot of what we're seeing in New York, right? The reason why we were able to call the race so early, even though a lot of those upstate New York congressional races are toss-ups, and because there's a lot of rural folks out in upstate New York, including where I'm from in Utica, the city is just so large that those counties down there end up outweighing all of the vote that we're seeing. And same thing in Minnesota, right?
But as we move north, it's a little bit closer. St. Louis County, where Duluth is, that was won by Biden, 56.6% to 41%. So still a decent margin of victory, but not quite the 70% that we saw in the Twin Cities area.
We've got no votes in there right now. Let's take a look at how many votes we have in Ramsey County. We're still at about 1% of the vote in, so we're watching very early numbers as this comes in. This is expected to be a win for the Harris-Walz ticket, isn't it?
Absolutely, and a lot of it comes down to as well, Minnesota is strengthened a lot by the VP pick, Tim Walz, because it helps humanize Harris a little bit. It's that California lawyer, politician, where her VP pick is this football coach. He's a dad. He's that Minnesota nice personality that's really helped her boost her ratings in Minnesota and could even help her in regions like Wisconsin and Michigan.
Absolutely. Jackson Breslin, thank you so much. Jake, sending it back over to you at the desk.
Guys, thanks so much. We'll have to see if Coach Walz can secure that home state for the Harris-Walz ticket. But let's go back to our House races. A lot of toss-ups here in our home state of New York. We're going to head to the 17th district and talk about it with Ethan Kraut. Ethan, welcome back to the show. What's the latest?
Jake, long time no see. So let's take a look at how the House race is going. Give you a little background about New York's 17th district. It's located in the Hudson Valley, and it includes parts of different counties, including Dutchess, Putnam, Rockland, and Westchester. Now, an interesting thing here is Democrats outnumber Republicans in the district by nearly 75,000. So it's really interesting to see how it's such a close race. And in fact, Mike Lawler has jumped out to about a 7-point lead here with about 36% of the vote in. Lawler is the incumbent Republican. He won the election in 2022 against Sean Patrick Maloney, the chairman of the DCCC. It's a bit of an upset, actually, in 2022. Lawler served as the New York State Assemblyman beforehand, representing Rockland County. There's one scandal that happened in this campaign. It was when it came out that Lawler used blackface in a costume dressing up as Michael Jackson. Afterwards, he immediately apologized in a piece in the New York Times and on CNN. Now, he has also entertained a chance at running for governor in 2026 when that seat comes up in New York. So it'll be interesting to see how voters react to a chance of him taking one more term and then looking for a bigger office. Now on the Democratic side, we have Democrat Mondaire Jones. Now, interesting thing about him, he used to represent New York's 17th district. That wasn't until redistricting happened in 2022. He did not want to run a primary campaign against Sean Patrick Maloney, so instead he moved back to Manhattan, where he ran in a primary in New York's 10th district. Now, inevitably, he would end up losing the primary, and he would end up coming back here to run against Lawler. But so far, hasn't been really working out for him in this race. Guys?
Ethan, thank you. Such an interesting race down there. Lawler, of course, having that damaging story come out about him recently about his use of blackface to dress up as Michael Jackson for Halloween. Not sure how that'll fare with the voters.
Not a great look. It seems like so far, with 40% of the vote in, Mike Lawler is winning right now. That guy's been all over cable news, CNN really in particular. He wants to pitch himself as a moderate Republican. It works well in that district. He was a surprise upset just 2 years ago against Sean Patrick Maloney, and now this time he is favored to win in the 17th district. We'll see if Mondaire Jones can kind of take back his old seat. But another race which we're expecting to go Republican tonight is the New York's 21st district. Our Caitlin Campbell's been tracking it for us. It's up in the North Country, a little bit further north of here. Caitlin, how's it going so far?
Hey, Luke. Yeah, the New York State 21st Congressional District is shaping up as one similar with years past, with incumbent Republican Elise Stefanik. But we are seeing a two-candidate female race. Right now we're seeing a Stefanik lead with what Democratic challenger Paula Collins is not too far behind. But right now we're seeing about 60% going to Stefanik. In 2022, voters in the 21st district supported the Republican candidate with a decisive 59.1% majority over the Democratic challenger, showing strong GOP loyalty that has consistently favored the district's current representative, Congresswoman Elise Stefanik, since 2015. Stefanik has publicly supported former President Donald Trump and even having a chance of being his vice president. She said this afternoon on CBS News that she was, quote, proud to be one of the strong and intelligent women to align with his campaign and aid with his help. Collins quickly snapped back, though, at Stefanik's support to Trump, sharing her thoughts on the incumbent Stefanik. She said, quote, Elise Stefanik took this oath of office to protect and defend the Constitution. She has not done so. Stefanik has made other claims as well in which she would not commit to certifying the election results. Collins, a cannabis tax attorney originally from New York City, presents a contrast to Stefanik's policies. Collins says that if she does not win this election, she will immediately start her efforts to the midterms. A representative from Stefanik's team said that it would be their dream to see Collins run again, stating, quote, Republicans couldn't dream of a weaker opponent to beat not once, but twice. The district is predominantly Republican, and mainly polling predictors have deemed it a, quote, safe Republican district. And as votes are coming in, it really is shaping up to be a mirror of the same elections that we've seen before.
Caitlin, so many
So
Thanks,
exciting.
Luke. So many interesting races happening here in upstate New York. You can see still too close to call right now, but hopefully we'll have a call in on that shortly. But coming up, we're going to talk the Keystone State. Sans the stone, that is the key for this election.
Wow.
I had to use that joke. I'm
Look at
sorry,
that.
Luke.
They had to go for it.
You guys will
Okay.
have to stay with us for more jokes and more coverage from our Citrus TV election
Hopefully
special.
no more jokes. No more jokes for us.
I see you mopping over her.
I used it yesterday.
Go.
Did you see
Let's
it
mop.
yesterday?
Let's crawl.
I didn't see
Let's crawl. Let's crawl. Hey, yo, we mopping. Come on, girl. Let's crawl. Hey, yo, let's crawl. Hey, yo, let's crawl. Hey, let's crawl. Hey, yo, let's crawl.
Welcome back to our Citrus TV election special. Jake Morel alongside Luke Radel. Well, the Keystone State is at the center of the country once again. The nation's eyes are turning to Pennsylvania as America prepares to elect its next president.
That's right, Jake, but one county in Pennsylvania may hold that key to the White House. Our very own Dylan Brendel, our favorite, explains the predictive power of Northampton County.
It's a place of history, a place of beauty, and a place under intense scrutiny as voters head to the polls this election. Northampton County is a lot like the United States. It has rivers and parks, city streets, and lots of American flags. But more than anything else, Northampton County votes like the United States. In the American presidential election, dating back all the way to 1920, the candidate that won in Northampton County, Pennsylvania, has won the White House every time, except for 3. Meaning, if history is to be repeated, the candidate chosen by voters here will likely come out on top. The people that live in Northampton County can see what makes it vote so similarly to the country as a whole.
I was a teacher at Whitehall for a while, and I would always say that that district specifically felt like a microcosm, just in terms of its diversity between rural to suburban to urban. It's religious diversity, it's socioeconomic diversity.
Behind me is Route 22. It's kind of like a dividing line in Northampton County. Above it is more rural and red, below it is more blue with cities like Bethlehem and Easton. But the differences in the county between the people may not be as stark as a road suggests.
I think that Easton really does try to come together as a community. Again, being a teacher here, it's really cool to see the pride, but at times you can also see the division.
They're divided in their choice, but not so much like they're not fighting with each other. They don't seem like they're at each other's throats about it. One, A believes in this side and B believes in that side, and they kind of just coexist.
But today, on Election Day, the oil and water of Northampton County's melting pot will separate at the ballot box, and the loser will have to overcome history to take the presidency. In Northampton County, for Election Night 2024, Dylan Brendel, Citrus TV News.
Dylan Brendel, thank you very much. There were only 3 times since 1920 that Northampton County's winner was not also the winner for the White House. Each time the county went Democrat, while a Republican was the national pick. Northampton County preferred Hubert Humphrey to Richard Nixon in 1968 and selected both Al Gore and John Kerry over George W. Bush in 2000 and 2004. But who's to say if Al Gore really won or lost that election, Jake Morel is at the wall now with our Alex Burstein. Guys, can you take a look at Northampton County? How's it going so far? How much is in? What are we looking at?
Alex, kick us off, man.
Yeah, I mean, that's the important one we just talked about, as it has some big predictive power, and right now a very slim margin for former President Donald Trump. This has been going back and forth all night, about 60% of the vote in, so it's getting closer, but these two have been flip-flopping in Northampton County all night long. It's not a super big county. It doesn't have that many votes compared to some of the counties around it near Philadelphia, but just because of that predictive power, always fun to keep an eye on. But there's some other counties too that have some really big power here. You go up here to where Scranton is in Lackawanna County. That is the home of President Joe Biden. He performed okay there, 54% in 2020.
Let's take a look at those numbers.
Yeah, we can go to these numbers right now. 54%. That was an increase from 50% that Hillary Clinton got back in 2016. And now in 2024, we see Kamala Harris kind of right in the middle there. She's at 51% right now, a little bit higher than she was about 30 minutes ago, but she really wants to stay in that 51-52 range or higher, because this is a place that Democrats usually win, and usually by margins larger than this 3%. And then another big one, you go right next to it here to Luzerne County. This is a one that's over 50% vote in right now. They're getting their votes in, and this is one that the Republicans have enjoyed pretty good leads in over the past couple of years. 56 right now for former President Trump. That's about where it was 4 years ago. This is one where the Republicans thought they could pick up some votes. So you kind of see these two neighboring counties right now, both with really big impacts and kind of holding where they were in 2020. We'll see if that changes as the rest of the votes come in.
Absolutely, Alex. Well, we're going to stick in Pennsylvania, and when looking at voter demographics of the state, a key community to winning is the Asian American and Pacific Islander demographic. According to AAPI data, over 300,000 Asian American and Pacific Islanders are eligible to vote. Here in studio to break down why these votes are so crucial is our very own Maura Vaughn. Maura, welcome to the show.
Hey Jake, good evening. Now, Asian American and Pacific Islander votes, they could hold the outcome of Pennsylvania's winning candidate. According to AAPI data, eligible voters have grown over 38% in PA since 2012, and overall 60% of this demographic showed up to vote in 2020. To Executive Director of Asian American and Pacific Islander Political Alliance, Mohan Sasadri, this increasing percentage of eligible AAPI voters could sway the results.
You're not going to win re-election if you're not being accountable to Asian American communities. For one, we're the margin of victory in Pennsylvania these days. Whoever wins Pennsylvania is going to win the White House, which means that our communities here have a responsibility. Through our votes and through our voices, we're able to make sure that our communities are safe, healthy, and strong, not just here in the Commonwealth, but everywhere all across the country.
Now, according to Sasadri, some of the key issues that AAPI voters are voting for include anti-Asian violence and hate crime prevention, language accessibility to eliminate barriers to education and voting, and equal working and living waging, along with abortion and health care access. Now, PA's Montgomery County, one of the crucial swing counties, also has one of the highest shares of populations to over 67,000 Asian American and Pacific Islanders. To win over the state, it's crucial for Trump and Harris to engage and work with the AAPI voters.
Maura, these AAPI voters aren't just crucial for the presidential election, but also in the intense Pennsylvania Senate race between Democratic incumbent Senator Bob Casey and the Republican challenger Dave McCormick. What are the numbers looking like right now in the Senate race?
Yeah, Luke, I mean, Pennsylvania, it's really one of those states where for the presidential and the state election, it really is just too close to call at the moment. I will say in the past, Senator Bob Casey, he has won election in 2012, 2018. He's been the senator since 2007. He's won by a comfortable margin during his re-elections, but what makes this election so important is this opposing candidate, Republican candidate, Dave McCormick, he really came in and he tightened up that margin victory, just the race in general. He really came in with this idea for being an Army veteran, being a CEO of a hedge fund, and really discussing those matters. It's going to come down to these key counties and key issues of Pennsylvania to decide the Senate race.
I want to look at Bucks County now, one of those famous color counties, the swingiest of the color counties, 52.7 to 45.2 right now for Bob Casey. He's winning in that swing county. It's very important.
And what makes Bucks County so interesting is that surrounding those counties, we have those urban, suburban areas of Philadelphia County, Montgomery County. They have voted blue in the past, but this is one of those, according to Josh Shapiro, governor, it's one of the swingiest swing counties in the swingiest swing state.
And I want to show Alex Burstein what we're looking at in Bucks County right now. By comparison, looks like Harris is actually outrunning.
Yeah, I mean, this is an interesting scenario because an hour ago we saw Casey pretty much outrunning Harris in all of these counties, and that's what was kind of expected. And Bucks is really interesting for the presidential election right now because 2 years ago, 4 years ago, the Democrats outnumbered the Republicans. But in the last 2 years, now there's more registered Republicans than Democrats. So we're really seeing those moderate voters get out in Bucks. It's still very early in the night. They're kind of in those collar cities around Philadelphia, the collar counties. They're in that lower echelon of how much of the vote is in, but Bucks is super big for this. They're saying it's one of the biggest counties in the entire nation. So if Harris can get a win there, that's going to be huge to her getting this state.
Biden won it in 2020, 52 to 47 right now. Harris with about 34% of the vote in, so we still have to wait. It's up 54 to 45, Jake.
Yeah, absolutely. And Maura, I want to ask you one more question on this. Let's look statewide again. Both of you, rolling into this election, did you guys see that there was going to be a disconnect between Casey and Harris? Did we think that, the state was going to go one way for Senate and one way for the presidential? What did you guys think?
Yeah, so right now, Casey, he kind of has the more popular vote over Harris. I think that in looking at it, it's Casey, he's a more moderate Democrat. He is not one of those extremists like Kamala on certain issues, such as fracking in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
I think going off of that, Harris has become more moderate over these past couple of years, especially in issues like fracking. And you kind of have to go out further west in the state to look at that. Around Allegheny, that's where Pittsburgh is, but around those counties surrounding it, counties like Beaver and Butler, where we even saw Trump have that assassination attempt in July. Those are areas that used to be very industrial. Now they are a lot more heavy on fracking and the oil industry. Because of that, Harris has had to really campaign there and say, I'm not going to do anything with fracking. We'll see if that actually has any effect.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Well, we're going to head back to the Great Plains over here where we can make two more projections. We can project that Donald Trump will win Kansas and its 6 electoral votes. We can also project that Donald Trump will win Iowa and its 6 electoral votes. Luke, that's something that we talked about a lot on our episode of Talking Points last night. Huge. With the Seltzer poll predicting Kamala Harris to win.
The Seltzer poll was wrong, Jake Morel.
The Seltzer poll was wrong for the first time in a long time.
She said that if her poll was wrong, that she'd be blown into little pieces and spread all over Des Moines. I don't know what's going to happen. I hope she's okay, Jan Seltzer.
I
hope you're all right.
I hope that doesn't happen. There's a look at our map. You can see us start to fill in the Great Plains, the Midwest up there. Luke, I am a little surprised about the Iowa thing because Seltzer is usually right, but also me and you talked about how if that poll was reflective of the rest of the country, it meant good news for Kamala Harris. I'm going to go with saying that this means bad news for Kamala Harris.
Harris has to win these swing states. She needs to be winning in Pennsylvania. She's down there right now. She needs to win in Virginia for sure. That needs to be called at some point for her. North Carolina and Georgia. She needs to win that Eastern Seaboard because that is where all of the electoral votes are for her right now. Not a lot for her to help recover there. One last quick call for us before we go to our last break. The race, New York's 21st congressional district, which we just heard Caitlin Campbell talk about, has now been called for Republican incumbent Congresswoman Elise Stefanik. That was expected. She'll be going back to the House of Representatives. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to our election special. Since February, the Trump and Harris campaigns have made 83 stops in Michigan. In 2020, the state's results were the closest to the national election average compared to the rest of the nation. Our very own Ben Bassick traveled to Michigan to speak with swing county officials on who was leading the race.
In the primaries, over 150 of them lost to their challengers. Maxwell School of Citizenship and
Thanks, guys. With the polls closed, we reflect on those we've been hearing from during this election cycle. On the right, those who endorsed former President Trump would probably consider themselves to be far conservative, while those who endorsed Vice President Harris would consider themselves liberal, though many voters still consider themselves not heavily swinging either way. The numbers would seem to back this up, as according to a 2022 Gallup poll, 74% of Republicans consider themselves to be conservative, with just 22% to be moderate and 4% liberal. Meanwhile, with Democrats, the liberal percentage sits around 50%, while 37% say they're moderate. While in previous years it may have been a no-brainer to trust these polls and say they would reflect on how voters vote, but according to New Jersey Republican State Senator and SU alum John Bramnick, there's been a shift in the Republican Party that may say otherwise.
That people didn't want to admit they're with Donald Trump. I think it's just the opposite now. The Republican voters who are against Donald Trump, are not talking.
Senator Bramnick has views himself that would oppose former President Trump. In his own run for governor of New Jersey, has been able to attract voters from both sides of the aisle. However, he says unless there's a movement within those moderate voters, there won't be a change.
Primary voters in both parties are so set in their ways that if they see their candidate compromising, that they'll no longer support them. So unless we have a movement of the 75% in the middle who are willing to stand up and say, these extremist positions and limited views of the world are dominating politics, it's not going to change.
With prominent Republican figures such as Liz and Dick Cheney endorsing Kamala Harris, it seems there may already be some change underway, though only time will tell. For Election Night 2024, I'm Matt Lesnick.
And once again, that was our very own Citrus TV reporter, Matt Lesnick. Thank you, Matt. Moving on, the Pew Research Center says nearly 80% of voters are concerned with candidates running for re-election. Our Citrus TV analyst, Cora Maricosta, discusses the impact voter concerns have on incumbents.
Around a fourth of incumbents are seeking re-election this year. In the primaries, over 150 of them lost to their challengers. Maxwell School of Citizenship and Public Affairs professor Margaret Thompson says the concept of insiders and outsiders is unique in this year's election.
Kamala Harris has never been president. Yes, she has been vice president, but she wasn't in charge. He was in charge. So when you talk about insiders and outsiders, I think this election poses a really complicated case.
From John Adams to Donald Trump, 10 American presidents have run for re-election and lost. Both Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris's campaigns have worked to brand themselves in a new way as to distinguish themselves from incumbents.
We cannot take 4 more years of this calamity. You may not be able to take a couple of months more of this. This is a
Well, first of all, it's important to remind the former president you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me.
Former President Trump, on the one hand, is campaigning as an outsider, but he was president for 4 years. Kamala Harris has never been president. Yes, she has been vice president, but she wasn't in charge.
Meanwhile, the Trump campaign says Harris has been in charge of the U.S.-Mexico border.
border czar. She doesn't want to be called border czar. She was the border czar, but you know what? She was in charge of the border.
For Election Night 2024, I'm Cora Maricosta.
Thank you, Cora. We now project, ladies and gentlemen, that Kamala Harris will win Maine District 1 with its 1 electoral vote. Very exciting news. Now we bring back analyst Peter Barry to talk about New York's 3rd Congressional District. Peter.
Hey Andy, it's always great to be talking about my home district, especially on election night. But let's turn back the clock a little bit. Tom Suozzi ran in February in a special election against Mazi Pilip, and he won handily by 12 points. This is because George Santos was the 6th member of Congress to be expelled. He won in 2022 by 6 points against Bob Zimmerman. But today, Tom Suozzi is now facing Republican Mike LaPetrie. But it doesn't look like it's going to be a really tight race with this new redistricting, as they put in Cold Spring Harbor, and they removed Massapequa and gave that to Andrew Garbarino in the 2nd district. So it's kind of more of a safer district for Suozzi. They said Suozzi was up in a +14 poll that was sponsored by the Nassau GOP, but it looks like the redistricting really killed any chances of Mike LaPetrie coming back and winning this seat for Republicans. But Suozzi was not really concerned when it came to campaigning, as he was out on New York 1 on the East End campaigning with John Avlon to help him win the New York 1st District, but it was just called for Nick Lolota. Andy, I'm going to send it back to you at the desk.
Thank you, Peter. All very interesting. Nationwide, stricter gun control has been a prominent debate as well this election, especially with the increase in school shootings and illegal guns. Our Citrus TV analyst, Andrea Desam, has more on what community members are saying.
U.S. has seen 58 school shootings in 2024 alone. Gun violence has been an ongoing issue for the country, and in this election, both candidates have expressed their views on gun control. Throughout Kamala Harris's campaign, she's expressed her intention to ban assault weapons and crack down on ghost guns. Earlier this year, Harris announced the launch of the National Extreme Risk Protection Resource Center to implement red flag laws. Harris has made it clear that she still supports the Second Amendment. And Donald Trump has claimed to be the, quote, most pro-gun, pro-Second Amendment president. During his presidency, Trump has sent mixed signals on his support for universal background checks. However, after school shooting in Florida, he supported a legislation to expand background checks, but the measure failed in the Senate. While both candidates support the right to bear arms, the debate largely centers around how to control mass and school shootings in the country. One community member, Clifford Ryan, is a founder of an organization used to stop gun violence, and he thinks that thorough background checks are required for those purchasing firearms.
But if you got an individual coming in the store buying 4 and 5 guns, or buying a M16 rifle, you want to know, why are you buying that rifle? You want to know, what are you going to use it for?
However, some feel like more restrictions are unnecessary. Treasurer of the SU College Republicans Club, Cruz Thapa, says that Trump's policies would be better than Harris's and doesn't trust the government to make accurate background checks.
I know that of myself, I like open carry. Like I'm a little bit extreme on that, but I can tolerate like concealed carry. I think it's a little weird how like just having it out is trouble.
With the results closing in soon, it's safe to say we can expect attention to stricter laws from Harris, while Trump has signaled that he would not enact any new gun restrictions if re-elected. For Election Night 2024, Anjana Desam, Citrus TV News.
Yeah. And the Maryland Senate race was just called a few minutes earlier. We bring in analyst Tegan Brostrom. Tegan, what's the latest?
That's right, Andy. The Maryland Senate race was just called, with also Brooks being the clear winner. You know, there isn't often a tight Senate race in Maryland, but this year it was quite competitive, with the Republican candidate being two-term Governor Larry Hogan, and the Democrat candidate being Angela Also Brooks, who's the Prince George County executive. And you know, with Also Brooks being this clear winner, she will serve as Maryland's first black senator, which is an awesome win for Maryland. And abortion was a top issue for both of these candidates, with both saying they were pro-choice. Hogan emphasized throughout his entire campaign his independent policies. He continued to support and fight for middle-class housing and for veterans, with Also Brooks prioritizing abortion rights, as I said earlier, as well as investing in education and the environmental issues on the Chesapeake Bay. You know, despite Hogan's independent policies and him being a very favorable governor, it was clear that Also Also Brooks was the winner, as you can see up on your screen, 52%, with Hogan having 45%. She had been ahead all of the fall with 11-point advantage in October, 12-point advantage in September, and as you can see here, she had another great advantage, leading her to take the win in this Maryland Senate race. Back to you guys.
Deegan, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. We're going to come now for a breaking news race call in the race for New York's 22nd congressional district. CitrusTV can now project that Democratic State Senator John Mannion will win, defeating Republican incumbent Congressman Brandon Williams. We take you now live to Sky Armory, where State Senator Mannion is about to speak.
Because of dozens, hundreds, thousands of people who didn't just support me, they supported a mission to make sure.
Audio issues there, but a big win for John Mannion in New York's 22nd district, our home district here at Syracuse University. A lot of controversy in this race, a lot of controversy surrounding Williams in his time as the congressman representing New York 22. Just last weekend, Speaker Mike Johnson was here in Syracuse to do a big campaign rally for Williams, and well, when he was talking to my co-anchor, he said that Republicans might repeal the CHIPS Act. Luke, you were the one that asked the question.
Yeah.
You were the one that's been covering Williams in Congress. You've been covering this race for so long. I'm going to need to hear your thoughts on this.
You know, this is not exactly a surprise to see John Mannion win this seat. This seat was specifically redrawn so that John Mannion could win, and John Mannion voted on those lines that helped him win this seat. Listen, the way that the race was chopped up, the last time around, Brandon Williams had to kind of lift a lot to win in a seat that was Biden +7. Now it's a Biden +11 seat because they chopped in half my home county of Oneida. They moved everything north of Utica is now a part of Elise Stefanik's district, which again we called Elise Stefanik won this race. And so to see John Mannion win is not particularly surprising. He's getting a little emotional there. He has his wife there by his side as well as his 3 kids. A lot of folks standing there behind John Mannion, including Clemmy Harris, who ran in the Democratic primary, notably not seeing Sarah Clee Hood there behind him, the DeWitt town councilor, who also ran against him and criticized him for his views on abortion. We're going to hope to get that sound back in order in a moment. It actually sounds a little bit better if we want to bring up the sound.
We have
again.
3 wonderful children. My youngest, Brady, who came up from New York City today. He goes to Pace University. My daughter, Quinn, who can do anything that we ask her to do and just excels at everything. And the kid with the biggest heart you'd ever meet, Jack Mannion, right over here. I'm going to thank my campaign team. We had a speeding locomotive, hopefully, on a couple of rails headed towards victory. And Joe Agavino came in. Where are you, Joe? And made sure that as we had members of the team and we built more members of the team and then support came in from so many different places, that he made sure everything was coordinated, everybody was in a position where they could succeed, and that absolutely happened. I want to thank my deputy campaign manager, Catherine Solahub.
Technical difficulties there. Luke, what do you make of that speech?
You know, it's very interesting to see him declare victory in this race. Probably would not have expected seeing John Mannion in the House of Representatives. Just a few short years ago, he was a teacher for 30 years in the classroom, worked as a union leader, and then ran for state senate unsuccessfully in 2018, won in 2020, and then won only by 10 votes in 2022 in the 50th Senate District. We expect him to win by a lot more than that tonight, Jake.
Yeah, absolutely, Luke. And as I mentioned earlier in the show, Onondaga County, such a big example of so much federal legislation coming from the Biden administration. And that was a big controversy among the 2 candidates as this race winded down. But we've got a lot more for you on the other side of the break, so stick with us on this historic night for our CitrusTV election special.
I don't remember how it started.
Go to that.
Our back and forth. It always came back.
Dad!
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Looking for these? You drive buzzed. It could be one very expensive ride.
First, you gotta make bail. Then pay me to get your car back.
Your insurance premiums will go through the roof.
And my legal fees just keep adding up. All told, it could end up costing you $10,000.
Buzzed, busted, and broke. Because buzz driving is drunk driving.
They said a bottle was just a bottle. That no one would ever notice me. But I knew I could be more. That one day, I would make people smile.
Welcome back into our Citrus TV election special. We've got some more projections for you from out west. We can now project that Kamala Harris will win California and its 54 electoral votes, the largest electoral prize. We can also project that she will win Washington and its 12 electoral votes. Luke.
Yeah. We can also project that Donald Trump will win Idaho and its 4 electoral votes tonight. So that brings up the total for Harris quite a bit. Hopefully, for Democrats on that side of the aisle, bringing her a little bit more even with the former president, Donald Trump.
Absolutely, and we're starting to see it come down to that thing I mentioned right off the top of the show, that blue wall that Biden so famously won in 2020. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. We'll have to get more into those later.
Those toss-up states are all important, but we want to toss things over to our Max Williams, who's going to be talking about the biggest electoral vote prize tonight that we just called California. Hey, Max.
Hey guys, yeah, that's right. California has 54 electoral votes. That is the largest on that map that we keep playing for you. This is not a surprise for Harris. A Republican presidential candidate has not won the state since 1988, so it's been a long time. The state has been blue for a while. And I think one of the main reasons why Harris has, won this state is because she's from California. She grew up in the district of Oakland, and on the map, it is Alameda County. So in Alameda County in 2020, Biden won that by just over 62%. But I think what's also helping Kamala here win the state is not only that she grew up there, but also that she kickstarted her career in politics in California. So in 2003, she was a San Francisco district attorney. In 2010, Harris was elected Attorney General of California. In 2016, Harris was elected to the U.S. Senate. So also with Trump, Trump lost to California in 2020, and he just held a rally in Coachella in October. He used that rally for media attention and hopefully to increase votes. Clearly, that did not help there. But I just want to talk quickly about both of the candidates' opinions on climate initiatives, because that is a big concern for voters here in California. So Trump has threatened and made it clear he would roll back billions of Inflation Reduction Act funding, and that is something that California is really relying on for its climate goals. Harris, on the other hand, has been a little bit more favorable to California in respect to climate initiatives. So when Harris served as senator for California, she sponsored the Green New Deal resolution. As California's Attorney General, she also sued multiple big oil companies, and as Vice President, she was the tie-breaking vote to pass a $750 billion climate bill in 2022. So definitely a more convincing candidate for Californians, when looking at climate change and climate initiatives, So, not a surprise here that Harris won the state. Definitely a big win for her. 54 electoral votes is certainly going to help her in this race. Guys, that's all I have for you.
Max Williams, thank you very much. We're going to take a look live now at John Mannion's watch party already in progress. I'm just hearing from a source now that John Mannion was called at this watch party while giving his speech by Brandon Williams to concede the race for Congress in the 22nd District. Let's listen in.
But that was Representative Williams. He was very gracious. He just conceded. But I thank him. I thank him for handling this situation the way that he did. I certainly thank him for his service to this country, and I thank him for his service to NY22. And that should be commended. We may disagree, and we may support other people, but as I said at the beginning of this, I didn't vote for Brandon Williams, but he was my representative, all right? And as a result, what I remember growing up is that we respected, even if we disagreed, and we gotta get back there, and I respect his service to this country and this district.
Alrighty, we're back now here in the Citrus TV studio. What a surprising moment. We just came in right after it happened, but the senator just confirmed there live for us. The Congressman Williams called John Mannion mid-victory speech and conceded the race for New York's 22nd district. John Mannion is now the congressman-elect for the 22nd district, Jake.
Brandon Williams, just one term.
One term for Brandon Williams. He had never been in politics before, decided to run as an outsider in 2022, surprised everyone by winning the Republican primary against John Kako's deemed predecessor, Steve Wells. He won that primary, ended up winning the general election in 2022 by just 3,000 votes. This time it seems like he is going to lose by a bit more than that this time around because of that redrawing of the map, and also because presidential elections, midterm elections are very different. Brandon Williams benefited from having folks like Lee Zeldin at the top of the ticket for the governor's race in 2022. Brandon Williams also did not capitalize on his seat, his time in office. His first year in office was very chaotic. He had some health episodes that obviously he has no control over, but he also had some really poor staffing. He had some really poor staffing that actually bubbled over and ended up with him being caught on video, cursing out one of his former chiefs of staff and campaign manager. He tried to clean things up in the last year here, but he really has not accomplished very much in Congress. Sometimes it goes to show you that being a political outsider doesn't always mean good things. It means maybe you won't be able to get stuff done if you're in Washington.
Absolutely, Luke. And such an important race for control of the House.
Huge.
Right here in our backyard. I know we expected John Mannion to win for Democrats, but that was
But it's a 4-seat majority, and that's
Democrats
one seat
really
now.
zeroed in on that right here. Right?
Yes,
the speaker
one
was
seat
here.
now,
Leader
RTD.
Jeffries was here. It was a big build-up to this race. I know we expected Mannion to win, but that's still a big thing for Democrats in interest of controlling the House, just that razor-thin margin.
And we're going to have to keep an eye on all those other competitive races and as they're getting called, because I'm not seeing anything else. The 17th district, the 19th district, we're going to be talking about all of those later on in the night, and those districts out on Long Island. The only one that's been called so far is the 1st district that has been called for Nick LaLota. We called that, or talked about that earlier in the night, but we're going to be watching those New York House races to see how they come in.
Absolutely, Luke. Well, let's walk across the rotunda now and talk about some Senate races. In 2022, Catherine Cortez Masto barely held on to her Senate seat, defeating Republican challenger Adam Laxalt by only 8,000 votes. This year, the junior senator of Nevada, Jackie Rosen, is facing off against veteran Sam Brown in another close race. Let's send it over to Citrus TV analyst Drew Matijasic, who's breaking it down in studio for us.
Thanks, guys. While this race is close, it is not nearly as favorable for the Republicans as it was back in 2022. There's a lot of factors to look at here, but the most striking is who the Republicans nominated. Back in 2022, the Republicans nominated Adam Laxalt against Sam Brown, the former Attorney General of the state of Nevada. Came a little bit close to defeating incumbent Senator Catherine Cortez Masto, just 0.8% off. Now, back in 2022, that Senate race wasn't the only close one where an incumbent was being threatened. That year, incumbent Democratic Governor Steve Sisolak lost his seat to Republican Joe Lombardo in another race that was decided by just a few thousand votes. If we take a look at the results from this race, we can see a few minor details that really derailed Sisolak's campaign. First off, let's take a look at Clark County right here. This is the Fulton County and the Erie County equivalent to Nevada. It's the heart of the state with Las Vegas and can almost always determine who the winner of any statewide race will be, depending on their performance in this county. Now, Sisolak still won Clark County, but only won 51% of the votes there, compared to Catherine Cortez Masto's 52%. But it still was a difference of 10,000 votes between the two, and I cannot stress enough how important an overperformance in Clark County is for a statewide candidate in Nevada. In 2022, nearly 600,000 votes out of the total 900,000 came out of Clark County. Nevada is really small, and when you go outside of Las Vegas, and even if you go to Reno over here, only 180,000 votes were cast in Washoe County in 2022, which is completely dwarfed by Clark County in the southern part of the state. So what's the key to winning this Senate race for either Rosen or Brown? For Brown to flip this seat, he would need to aim for winning around 45 to 46% of the vote in Clark County and at least 47% to flip Washoe County, which is where Reno is. That is exactly around what Lombardo won back in 2022 in both counties, and now he's the governor of Nevada. For Rosen, she would want to win at the bare minimum 52.5% of the vote in Clark County, but for a comfortable win, she would want to grab at least 53% of the vote, and in Washoe County, she would want to win 51 to 52% of the vote. So how could this race play out tonight? Well, in recent weeks, the NRSC has diverted $6.2 million from Tim Sheehy's race in Montana to Sam Brown in Nevada. But the question is, if it is too little, too late. And in my opinion, it is. I believe this race will be won by Rosen by about 5%, winning both Clark County and Washoe County by lean to tilt margins. Now, how does this affect the race for the Senate? Well, Nevada's Senate race has been seen as the least likely toss-up state for the Republicans to pick up this cycle, so this really doesn't affect the map at all. Back over to you guys.
Drew Mediazik, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. We want to take a pause on talking about Nevada for a second. We'll come back to it in a moment, but we're going to take you live now to Destiny USA, the embassy suites there, where Congressman Brandon Williams is conceding.
I just, next time, they're going to get a better candidate. I don't know what to tell you. Thank you all very much.
Caught the very end of the congressman's very short concession speech there, ending with, next time they have to get a better candidate. Aw, that's kind of sad. I don't know.
It is kind of sad to see. It is kind of sad to see, but a lot quicker than we expected in the night, correct?
You know, I had a funny feeling. I had a funny feeling we were going to get something like this around this time.
He has a lot of funny feelings.
It was a very uphill battle for Congressman Williams. You know, I was talking to folks close to his campaign early on about this. They said that their best case scenario was Williams +2 and their worst case scenario was Mannion +3. And I kind of laughed at that, to be completely honest with you, because I think their worst case scenario is happening. It's about to happen. I think it will be closer to Mannion +5, +6, potentially double digits. We'll have to see as these results continue to come in. I'm looking at it right now. We've got about 80% reporting, Mannion up 54 to 46. So much worse than the worst case scenario that they were expecting so far.
Absolutely. Well, let's go back to talking about Nevada. We're going to talk about the Nevada Senate and presidential race, and here to talk more about both of those is CitrusTV Election Night analyst Riley Underwood. Riley, how's it going?
Yeah, it's going pretty good, Jake, and we still haven't seen any votes come in on the Nevada Senate or presidential election so far, even though those polls have closed. Let's start off with the Senate race where incumbent Democrat Jackie Rosen is defending her spot against the newcoming Republican Sam Brown. Now, Jackie Rosen, this is her first term. Now she's going for her second term in re-election, and Republican Sam Brown, he had a couple stints. He ran unsuccessfully in the primaries in Texas and then unsuccessfully last election cycle in Nevada. Now he's finally broken through. Man, what a story Sam Brown is. I mean, he was sent to Afghanistan in 2008, and then just 4 months into his service, his tank was blown up by an IED underneath, got sprayed, covered with fuel. It went up in flames. 30% of his body was burned. Didn't think he was going to be able to live, and now he worked his way up to get a job at Amazon, and now he's running in the Nevada Senate race, captured a lot of people, both with his story and his stances. When polled on issues that Nevadans were passionate about, number 1 was the economy, number 2 was abortion, and Brown is more to the middle on abortion than many other Republicans. And when we look over to the presidential debate, again, no results so far. When we look back at 2020, that's when we see these two big counties. We have Clark County down here, that's where Las Vegas is, and then we have Washoe County right there, where Reno is. Those are the biggest two counties. Las Vegas metro area has 73% of the state's population, and it's a very diverse population. 32% of those voters are Hispanic, and something really interesting we've seen throughout the night. I want to go back to Florida, where we saw Donald Trump flip Miami-Dade County. That's mainly because of the Hispanic vote. Main issues for a lot of them in the polls have been immigration and the economy, and so far he's been doing pretty good in that. We'll catch you more up to date later in the show on Nevada when those results come in.
Hey, Riley, thanks so much. We're going to bring back in our election night panel here. And I want to start with a quote from Democratic strategist James Carville, somebody that both Ryan and I have worked with professionally. Carville said...
A flex on the folks who haven't worked for MSNBC on this side of the table, Jake? Is
The
that
man pulls off a baseball hat for LSU
yeah,
like
hey,
no one
the
I've
other
seen.
thing I was going to say is he's probably the biggest LSU Tiger fan that's a Democratic strategist, but I decided to go with mentioning that Ronnie and I have worked with him.
Yeah.
But let's get to that quote.
Jake Morel goes with flexing. What a shock.
He said, quote, "Early indications here are not sterling. Ronnie, me and you have been watching the New York Times needle prediction meter throughout the entire night. We've seen it get worse and worse. What's your take?"
Well, right now it's at an 88% chance of victory for Donald Trump. I mean, if this were a speedometer, it's at about 130 miles per hour.
Just went up to
right
89
now.
while you were
So-
talking, by the way. Just for
there
the
we go.
record.
Okay, so now it's at 135 miles per hour. The New York Times needle. So
You love to connect back to cars, Ronnie.
anytime I can, you know me, Luke.
Is the Kamala Harris campaign swerving off the highway?
I think
what's
she just
going
hit
on here?
a patch of ice.
Yeah.
You know, might be a little bit.
You have
might
those
be a
up
little
in
bit
Rhode
towards,
Island, right?
towards the guardrail. We have a lot of ice in Rhode Island. We really do, because they're not great at salting the roads, and it gathers in the potholes. That's a whole thing. I should do a whole
Disaster.
segment on that. Electoral college estimate right now: 299 for Trump, 239 for Kamala Harris. And here's the real shocker here, guys. This is a new one. It's the popular vote. Trump is favored to win that by over a point. That's something that hasn't been done. 2016, 2020, Hillary won that in 2016. Biden won that in 2020, but Trump captured the Electoral College.
It hasn't been done by a
16.
Republican in a long time.
No, it hasn't. And I want to read a quote quickly that we got from Brad Raffensperger, who's the Secretary of State down there in Georgia. Now, as you know, he and Donald Trump have had a little bit of a tumultuous relationship. He said to the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, quote, "If you look at who's leading in the race right now, Donald Trump has an insurmountable lead," this is in reference to Georgia, "with the number of votes outstanding, it looks like this is done." Now, this is not an official prediction. This is not us calling it. This
But
is
90% of the
anybody
vote
calling
in,
it.
he's up by about 2.5%.
Right. And this is the Secretary of State who runs the elections in that state.
Looks like not many votes for her left in Fulton County. Those are like the main turnout areas that we look for.
Right.
And we're not seeing that there.
Exactly.
Kamala Harris
So
right
it's really interesting, and this early in the night too. I mean, I know I at least didn't expect to be here at this point. Obviously, we still have, like Jake was saying, the blue wall, and it's a fact. If Trump can demolish the blue wall, it's his.
All right, Jake. I think we have a projection to make.
I think we do have a projection to make, Luke. Why don't you go ahead and do the honors?
All righty. We can project that Donald Trump will win the state of North Carolina with its 16 electoral votes. Jake, this is the first Talking Points toss-up state that we are able to call tonight. It is a big one for Donald Trump. He has won this state twice, in 2016 and in 2020. It was expected, though, potentially to be a Harris flip, not in the cards, for tonight.
Yeah, and it was partly expected to be a Harris flip because of the black vote in North Carolina, which Biden did well with in 2020, and it made the state a little bit closer than it was. Yeah. But obviously, that's not proving to be strong enough for Kamala Harris.
I'm surprised that...
And Ronnie, Ronnie and Alana, we're just talking about how the needle is moving further and further towards a Trump victory.
90% now.
90% now. Alana, I want to bring you back in. This is
Yeah, I have to say, I mean, we saw how energetic people got when Biden dropped out. I think that would have been a landslide, Trump winning by a landslide, and obviously people thought it was going to come close. Yeah. But I think this is proving that candidate character is not really our priority. The economy is really coming in as one of the #1 things for these voters, and I think the fact that Miami-Dade won by all of those points is really proving this, honestly. It's very interesting to see.
Well, look, and we have to acknowledge that Kamala Harris, as you mentioned, Joe Biden dropped out of the race over the middle of the summer. That's completely unprecedented. It's never happened before. Kamala Harris had to run a very short campaign,
just
a little more than
100
100 days. Right, a little bit more than 100 days. So as we're watching these states come in, it's really interesting. What I was going to say is I'm surprised that Kamala Harris didn't do a better job, or the Democrats didn't do a better job of tying Donald Trump to Mark Robinson. We had the North Carolina governor's race discussion a little early on in the night. Josh Stein projected to win that super early on. Now Donald Trump winning North Carolina. Who is the split ticket Josh Stein, Donald Trump voter? And why wasn't Kamala Harris talking to them more often?
Well, I think what's interesting, too, is that the fact that Biden dropped out so late, Kamala Harris really struggled to divorce herself from being part of that Biden administration because she was second in command, and we've seen the messaging be, well, you know, if you were vice president for 4 years, Kamala Harris, well, then why didn't you fix the problems that you're complaining about that really sprouted under the Biden administration? So I think that has been a struggle for her campaign as they continue into tonight.
Absolutely a struggle for her campaign. This is partly why I think the I'm Just a Bill Schoolhouse Rock video should be required to vote.
100%.
Obviously, Congress not fully Democratic during the Biden-Harris administration. But one thing I want to point out that we're seeing with this like early swing to Trump is that the Trump basket of issues, and I'm calling these a basket of issues for each, it's what polling has shown throughout the whole campaign, what voters trust each candidate more on. With Harris, that would be abortion, issues of race, healthcare, climate change. With Trump, that would be law enforcement and crime, immigration, economic policy, and foreign policy. We saw time and time again in all of these polls, from Fox News to Siena College to Selzer, whatever you want to talk about, the economy and immigration, the two biggest issues among voters universally in this election. Trump favorable by voters in those issues. I think that's why we might be seeing this big swing to Trump.
Yeah, I want to show the map, if we can, here of Wake County. Wake County includes the city of Raleigh. Kamala Harris needed to turn out Democrats in big numbers here. You talked about those black voters. This is what Wake County looks like for Josh Stein and Mark Robinson. Josh Stein winning there, 70% of the vote compared to Mark Robinson's 24.5%. But when we switch over the presidential race, watch how that Democratic number drops from 70, only 62 there for Kamala Harris. 10% bump for Donald Trump in Wake County. That's not a good sign for Kamala Harris if she's running that far behind the ticket in a place like Wake County. We're going to have to watch and see how Kamala Harris is faring in other parts of city areas like Atlanta, Fulton County. We're looking at Philadelphia County, how turnout is going to look there. But if we look Wake County compared 2020, I want to compare it to 2020 if we can. Okay, so it's about even with 2020. But again, as we talked about earlier, Joe Biden lost North Carolina in 2020. Kamala Harris lost North Carolina in 2020. Or in 2024 rather. She's hoping that she's going to run even with Biden for the rest of the time. It seems like that's what she's doing in North Carolina, at least particularly in Wake County. But whether she's doing that in other swing states is a question I think we all need to be asking ourselves.
And that is the question. That's a big question that I want to point out here, is that the rest of the swing states have not been called, especially, and I'll mention it again, that important blue wall which gave Biden the election in 2020. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Now, it looks like Harris is down in Michigan at least right now, but still, I do want to point out. And
Harris is up in Michigan.
She's back up in Michigan?
And we're going to talk about Michigan right now, actually, because since February, the Trump and Harris campaigns have made 83 stops there. And in 2020, the state's results were the closest to the national election average. Compared to the rest of the nation, our Ben Bassick traveled to Michigan to speak with swing county officials on who is leading in that race. And we're going to show you that a little bit after this. Take a look.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Fancy pants peanut butter? A big screen television? You haven't even bought a sofa yet. A motorcycle? When your father finds out, he's gonna flip his shoes with 2 buckles? What do you even need 2 buckles for? Mr. Big Shot, buying whiskey shots for everybody in the bar. From the looks of it, I'd say nobody even remembers. Feed the pig.
Welcome back. We project that Vice President Kamala Harris will win Oregon out west and its 8 electoral votes. We're now going to turn to Michigan. We're going to talk with our analyst Ben Bassick and Jake Morel, my co-anchor. Hey, guys.
Yeah, huge news here. First, staying in the Midwest, but we're going to go to Ohio here quick. Citrus TV is going to go ahead and call the Senate race in Ohio for Republican Bernie Moreno. That means he ousts Sherrod Brown, the incumbent, a 17-year seat. This is huge, Jake, especially for the Senate.
Really big win for Republicans in the Senate. Like we said, hard to see a path for Democrats retaining the Senate after losing this race. We'll have to see how the rest of those Senate races finish up. But I want to go a little bit north to Michigan, one of our big toss-up states that we've been talking about all fall on Talking Points. What are we going to start with?
Yeah, so right now, let's take a look at the Senate race. Mike Rogers, Alyssa Slotkin. It's pretty neck and neck at this point. I mean, they've been leading on and off throughout the night. Mike Rogers is up a little bit right now, but not enough. Just around 33% of the vote is in right now, so we don't want to call anything there. Again, a lot of these urban populaces, specifically here in Wayne, very few percent of the vote is in. This is a huge urban area, typically leans very Democrat. It's still red right now. So this is kind of has to be taken with a grain of salt, but Mike Rogers is up in the state.
Can we talk about the presidential election in Michigan really quick? Let's do it.
Yeah, so if we look at this county by county, I think is the best breakdown. We'll go ahead and start right here in Wayne. In Wayne County, again, traditionally leans Democrats. Huge populace for Detroit, also Dearborn. What we know about Detroit is that it is 77.8% black. Kamala Harris has been struggling with those African-American male voters, as we've seen, and Trump has gained 6% ground compared to 2016 in that demographic. She needs to win the populations in this state, specifically in Detroit, because that is one of the biggest cities in Michigan, and she cannot afford to really lose that.
And it looks like so far she's doing well. Now, of course, this is not all reported, and there's a lot of people there, so it's not all reported, but it looks like she's doing well so far in these urban counties.
Yeah, she's definitely making up ground and kind of going against what happened to Hillary in 2016 when African-American voters didn't show up to the polls. They are coming out for Kamala Harris this election cycle. What's also going to be critical is if Arab Americans come out for Kamala Harris in this election cycle. Just below Detroit there in Dearborn, 3% of the state's population is Arab American. Staying in Wayne County, Dearborn, huge populace, especially when it comes to Israel. This is a huge concern amongst voters. Are Arab Americans going to stay indifferent to voting for the presidential election because of the stances on Israel and support for Israel when it comes to the Middle East?
Yeah, Ben, can we talk a little bit about those suburbs? I've been mentioning it with every swing state. Let's talk a little bit about those suburbs, and let's talk about Oakland County. What are you seeing here? Very thin margin right now.
For sure. Oakland leans Democrat all the way. Wealthier, higher income, white voters, also college educated. It's all those demographics that Harris should have locked down. The problem here is not moving the vote when it comes to politics. It's getting those voters off the couch to go vote and mobilizing that voter base. They're traditionally kind of held back here in Oakland, and so it seems like she's doing okay here in this county right now, but definitely she has room for improvement going forward.
Absolutely, Ben. Going to be such an important state to win if Kamala Harris wants to come back and win this election right now. But for right now, I'm going to send it back to Luke at the desk. Luke, what do you got?
Hey, Jake, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. We're going to be watching all of those states coming in very closely. We want to take you back out to Sky Armory for the Mannion Victory Party, and we're going to take a live look in that. Sorry, we're going to wait on that just a moment, and we're going to talk about some of the races that we're seeing happening here. Jake, I'll bring you back in. We're looking at New York's 18th Congressional District, and our Jude Bazerman is at the wall for us. Hey, Jude.
Guys, thank you so much. And Pat Ryan has won this race. It's been confirmed, and it really does line up with prior polls. Pat Ryan was up by about 8 points in late October. Tonight, he's won by about a projected 13 points, 56% to Allison Esposito's 43%. And again, that also lines up with how the 18th district votes in presidential elections. In 2016, Hillary Clinton only won by 1, but again, she won. And go back to 2020, President Joe Biden won by 8 points. And just some background on both candidates. The incumbent Pat Ryan is a Democrat. He has prior service experience in public service prior to being the representative for the 18th district. He was an Ulster County executive, and before that, he was an Iraq war veteran. On the other hand, the Republican challenger, Allison Esposito, who eventually fell short tonight, she never really had any public service experience before running this. She ran for lieutenant governor 2 years ago, lost that race as well, and before that, she was a New York City Police Department officer for 25 years. And one of the main ways that Ryan won this race, besides being an incumbent, was just attacking Esposito for really not living in the 18th district until really recently. If you look geographically, the 18th district encompasses cities like New Paltz, Poughkeepsie, Middletown, really downstate New York, just north of New Jersey, just north of the New York City as well. And Allison Esposito, she had a house in the Upper East Side all the way up until last year. She wasn't registered to vote in the 18th district until 2023, and that's one of the main attacks that Ryan had against Esposito.
Looking more at policy, Ryan really emphasized abortion rights, and having access to abortion that Esposito and a lot of Republicans shy away from. But both candidates, what really didn't differ is that they emphasized the economy and affordability. Again, it's different how they're going to attack those issues, but we will see Pat Ryan back in the House. Guys, back to you.
Jude, interesting race there. Looks like Ryan will keep representing the Hudson Valley. Well, when we come back, we've got a lot more for you, including more analysis on our Talking Points toss-up states, so stay with us.
If you need to do something to feel okay to drive, you're not okay to drive. Don't drive buzzed.
Hey, Hard, what's this?
That's my resignation letter.
You're resigning.
Why? Because you're constantly ignoring me. You're half as active as you used to be, and you get stuff like this. You've been putting me under a lot of pressure lately. That's why I'm ready to quit.
I forgot. I'll do better. Please, don't quit on me.
Okay, but remember, it's not what you say, it's what you do.
Listen to your heart. Don't let it quit on you.
Let's go for a walk.
Uncontrolled high blood pressure could lead to a stroke, heart attack, or death. Get yours to a healthy range before it's too late.
Life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome. Prediabetes does. 1 in 3 adults has prediabetes, but with early diagnosis, prediabetes can be reversed. And you can change the outcome. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test today. Go to doihaveprediabetes.org.
Welcome back into our Citrus TV Election Night special. Now, right now, as we speak, our reporter Luke Welch is trying to get an interview with John Mannion. That is the New York State Senator who just won the New York 22 congressional race. I had Luke and I talking about it earlier. That was a hotly contested race, and as I mentioned, is going to go a long way for Democrats in securing control of the House. That means House Speaker Mike Johnson would then be the minority leader. Now, his counterpart and person on the other side of the aisle, Hakeem Jeffries, was here in central New York the other day. He was here to campaign for Mannion, talk to voters, and basically get out the vote for any of these big congressional districts. Now, of course, control of the House will be vital and is especially vital to Democrats right now as we look at our map. Donald Trump still leading. Now, of course, I would like to note that those blue wall states that President Biden won in 2020 have not been called yet. You could still see the gray fill-in in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Those will all be vital if Harris is to stage a comeback here. I had Ronnie and Alana on earlier. They were telling you about that New York Times needle, which is still predicting a Trump win. It's going up by the minute, especially after that victory in North Carolina that we just called a little bit ago. But as I mentioned, Democrats are really going to be hoping to win those House swing districts right now so that they can flip the House, because it also looks like they might go down in the Senate. The Ohio Senate race called for Bernie Moreno. Now, as I mentioned with Ben Bassick, that is going to be really tough for Democrats to come back. But we've got good news for you. Our Luke Welch has John Mannion, the new congressman from New York 22, live. Luke, talk to us.
Yeah, Jake, I'm here with State Senator and now John Mannion.
Yeah, well, thank you so much. I appreciate it. It's a little bit of a relief, but we've got a lot of races outstanding right now, and I'm certainly concerned about those and paying attention to those. But I feel good. This is not just my work; it's the work of thousands of people who put in work for me, not just in this election, but in previous elections to help us get over the line. And we still have work to do. This is serious business. The gravity of the job that I'm going to have here isn't lost on me, and it's time to get to work.
It wasn't expected. How are you feeling about it?
I've run before, and we had polling numbers, we had field numbers, we knew we were probably in a pretty good spot, but I just had such a great team around me the entire time that I really felt like we did everything that we could. So I honestly had a sense of calm in many ways today.
really felt good about my work, and I think my experience in running in previous elections allowed me to be as calm as I was. But I'm very grateful for the support that I see from voters out there today. All right, thank you so much.
Jake, Luke, I'll send it back to you.
Luke Welch, thank you so much for your reporting on a big victory in a vital district for both parties right here in Syracuse. Now, we're going to go back out west and talk about the presidential race here. We have another call to make. Citrus TV can now project that Kamala Harris has won New Mexico and its 5 electoral votes. There you can see it right behind me. So Harris started to make up a little bit of ground. Again, New Mexico, another expected state. I'd like to reiterate that the only swing state that we've seen called so far is North Carolina for Donald Trump. Kamala Harris making up a little ground with those western states that are being called after polls closed later than they did here on the East Coast. Well, I'd like to send it into our research room with my co-anchor Luke Radel to talk to some of our researchers and see how this whole awesome, fully student-run production is being put together. Check it out.
Hey there, guys. How are you? I'm here live in the research room in Watson Theater with all of our researchers. How you guys doing tonight? Let me hear it. Yeah. We're having a great time. So we're going to check in with some of our researchers now. We're going to start with Colleen. Colleen, you're from Ohio?
Yes.
So we just had a Senate race called there. Tell me all about it.
So Sherrod Brown just lost to Bernie Moreno in the Senate. He has been a senator since 2007, so this is definitely a big change for Ohio and something that was interesting to keep in touch with as we're watching the election play out.
All right, Jack, you're right next to her. You're covering a different state. What state are you covering and what's
Yes,
happening there?
I'm covering New Hampshire. It's about to get called. New Mexico was recently called. That was a state that we had about 70-75% of the votes in. We're in a very similar situation with New Hampshire, and it is supposed to go Democratic. We will see.
Who's New Hampshire going to be called for?
We're expecting Kamala Harris.
Okay, we'll see what happens. Thank you very much. Let's head over here to our guy, Zach. Zach, you're following Arizona. Have we been seeing anything coming out of there?
So we've been stuck at 50% reporting for about the last hour, and it's between 2,000 votes for the last hour, so it's a very close race.
Who has the lead right now?
Donald Trump by about 2,000 votes.
And how much are we seeing out of Maricopa County, which is Phoenix area, the largest county in the state?
They have not been reporting very much.
Not reporting very much. So hopefully for the Harris campaign, you're going to see more Democratic votes coming out of there, right?
Absolutely.
All right. Well, thank you guys all so much for your work. We're going to keep checking on with you throughout the night. Give it up for our researchers, everybody. Come on. Our lovely and talented news director is going to follow along with us as we come out of here. We're going to show you our CitrusTV studio. Here are so many of our analysis of the races for you here. Here's Ben Bassick. How are we doing, Ben Bassick?
We're doing good.
What's
Luke.
happening in Michigan? Are we seeing more results?
It's crazy. Rogers leading right now, so it's leading Republican for the Senate race. Also, Trump is leading. Not a whole lot of Wayne County in, but we'll have to see going forward. Definitely an interesting race.
We'll see what happens. Here's our graphics panel. Hey, everybody. How are we doing on graphics? Now, these folks are responsible for all the amazing little lines you've been seeing throughout the night, all the results, the ticker graphics. There's like hundreds of graphics in there, so thank you guys for all the work that you're doing. Here's our general manager, Spencer Consul. How are we feeling about the show so far?
Pretty good, pretty
Yeah,
good.
it's been fun.
It's high energy, high pace, a lot of stuff going on, but I think we're doing pretty good.
Longest show in Citrus TV history. Let's do it. Come on along with me. We're going to come in control and say hi to our executive producers. Marguerite Bellotti and Ashley Sloan are in here. Hey, guys. How we doing? Stressed? It's a lot. There's a lot of results happening in the show right now. Is that your jacket, Max?
Nope, this is Brandon's jacket.
It's Brandon's
Holding
jacket.
control.
It's a little chilly right now. It's hot in the studio, so I'm thinking of taking my jacket off and going full Kornacki. Is that approved EP-wise? All right, very good. This is Olivia. She's running VTR. All the videos you're seeing in our show tonight are because of her. How are we doing here, Kelsey, on graphics? We have a lot of graphics.
Good. Yeah, there's a lot going on. But
Those folks are working on them. You're putting them out there. I appreciate it. Dylan Brendel, how are we doing directing-wise?
It's been a crazy night, but a lot of fun.
I love hearing your voice in my ear.
Yeah.
It's really nice.
Aw,
and so all the other people get to hear it now.
Thank you.
We loved your Pennsylvania package.
Thank
We
you,
really
thank you,
appreciated
thank
it. We
you.
always love having you.
Yes.
So this is Control. Behind-the-scenes look at how the magic happens. Say goodbye, everybody in Control. We're heading back in studio. We're going to hang out once again with my co-anchor, the lovely and talented Jake Morel. Jake, I'm back. I made it. I hope you didn't miss me too much. This is fun.
It's really
We're
fun.
having a great time.
It's really fun, and it's so important to recognize all the work that went into it from researcher to anchor to executive producer, our news director, Brandon Myers. Just so much goes into putting together a production like this, and pretty amazing, Luke, that is all student run.
It's all student run. No adults here. We're all on our own.
Well, I'm a senior in college. I like to think of myself as an adult, but
I don't. I don't think of you as an adult, actually, Jake Morel.
I
don't at all.
There's the chemistry right there.
There
when we come back, we'll have more on one of our talking points, toss-up states, Arizona. Stick with us.
Well, Thomas, you've got prediabetes. But with more exercise and a change in diet, it can be reversed.
I've tried exercising. It just makes me hungry for bacon.
I love bacon, too. And who really likes to exercise?
Not me.
Me neither.
Nobody. So we're good?
What? Oh, you still have prediabetes. Big time.
Welcome back to our 2024 Election Night special. Right now, we are going to switch over to the West with our very own Citrus TV reporter, Isabella Galan, who is going to tell us about Arizona and the races that are happening in the state. Isabella, what can you tell us?
Yeah, first, let's talk about the Senate. Now, originally, this Senate race was not supposed to be a toss-up because Gallego was supposedly polling ahead a few days ago, and he still is right now overall the whole state of Arizona. He's 52.3% in comparison to component Kari Lake, who's 45.9%. But the real county that is really being focused on right now is Maricopa County. If we take a look, because where Phoenix is. Maricopa County is where a majority of the citizens of the state of Arizona live. 62% of all Arizona population is from Maricopa County, and that's because of Phoenix right over here. So because of that, it is seeming that Ruben Gallego is still polling ahead by about 10%, which is a pretty decent chunk. And now the big thing about Senate that is really important in this Senate race, in particular, keeping it very, very competitive, is the fact that Arizona just lost their Democratic seat. So now Arizona needs to maintain their Senate seat for the Democratic candidate Ruben Gallego, as well as all of the Democratic seats that they also have in their other states right now, in order to even keep the Senate 50-50. If they lose any of their Senate seats, then the majority will go to the Republican Party. Now, looking back at those candidates, Ruben Gallego, Democratic candidate, strongly endorsed by Harris, as well as Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. Now, he is the son of immigrants. He grew up very, very poor. However, he worked his way up, got to Harvard, also was in the Marine Corps. So that has been a big topic of his campaign, talking about Marines and veterans. Now, on the other hand, Kari Lake, who was an anchor for Evening News in Phoenix. Originally, she was from Iowa, so she was originally there, then stopped anchoring to then become running for governor in 2022. However, she lost to Hobbs. Now, she has been strongly endorsed by Trump as well as former Arizona Governor Doug Ducey. Now, again, it's very important to remember that they are trying to win this seat because Arizona Senator Kyrsten Sinema, who was a Democrat, won as a Democrat back in 2018. However, she is now an independent. So they're still trying to maintain Maricopa County and keep Maricopa County blue. But now let's take a look at the presidential race. That is definitely a lot closer of a race. We're seeing back in 2020 in Maricopa County, Joe Biden flipped Maricopa County, keeping it blue. We look at those numbers right here, 50.3% going to Joe Biden and then 48.1% going to Trump. So again, very, very tight race. And for the overall state of Arizona, that is continued to see. Nothing has been called yet officially. It is very, very close. Right now, they are pretty much tied. Trump only leading ahead by 0.2% of the vote. So it could really go either way. It is still very, very too close to call. But again, it really is going to end up coming down to Maricopa County because that is where most of the citizens of the state of Arizona lie.
Bella, thank you so much. We now project that Kamala Harris will win the state of Virginia and its 13 electoral votes. She comes out with about 51.2% of the vote according to AP. And we also project that Ted Cruz will win the Texas Senate with about 54% of the vote as well. And now going to Wisconsin, we will now talk about both Senate and presidential races. Our very own Citrus TV reporter Harrison Calder has all the latest information. Harrison, what can you tell us?
Andy, thank you. The Wisconsin Senate race was expected to be one of the closest and most important Senate races nationwide, and so far it remains relatively close. Republican and California bank owner Eric Hoovdy holds a slight edge over incumbent Democrat Tammy Baldwin 49.5% to 48.4%, with an estimated 65% in at this time. If Hoovdy were to keep his current advantage, he and Ron Johnson would hold the 2 senator spots. This would be the first time there were 2 Republican senators in Wisconsin since 1957. Baldwin has historically done a good job of courting voters throughout the state, and this even included winning Trump-favored counties in 2018 and 2012, but that isn't getting the same support that she did in past cycles. The most recent poll from Atlas Intel has Baldwin favored by a single point. The 2 held very firm campaigns all the way through tonight and traded low blows at their last debate. Take a look. The debate hasn't seemed to propel either candidate over the other, with the race reaching for both, as both candidates throughout the debate were just attacking each other and going at each other for their beliefs. One of them about going to Wisconsin even. The first openly lesbian woman, Tammy Baldwin, to be elected to the Senate, won the 2012 race by 6 points and the 2018 race by 11 points. This go around, Hoovdy has proved to be a much stronger opponent in the polls. The Senate race here, though, is far from over, and with about 35% of the vote still up for grab, either candidate could take a seat. So we'll have to see if Baldwin's able to pull up an upset or if it's going to be Hoovdy that holds on. The presidential race in Wisconsin, on the other hand, is proving to be another huge race, another big battleground. The race is changing by the minute, but at the moment, Donald Trump does have a lead in this one. He is up 50.5% to 47.9%. Wisconsin has been one of the most circled states on every political graphic because it has helped determine the last 4 winners. Trump, of course, in 2016 and Biden in 2020, both won by less than a percentage point in Wisconsin, and it's very possible that it could be that way again. Coming into today, Atlas Intel gave Trump a 1-point edge in the state, while Harris was ahead 3 points in the Research Poll poll. Wisconsin has been a key battleground state that both candidates were very intended on winning and both visited multiple times throughout their long campaigns. Vice President Kamala Harris' first campaign rally when President Joe Biden withdrew from the race was in Wisconsin. The Republican National Convention was held in Milwaukee 2 days before the assassination attempt of former President Trump. Past elections have pointed to show how Harris needs to win here, with the only Republican to win the Badger State since Ronald Reagan was Trump in 2016. in terms of counties, the current map looks very similar to what it was back in 2020. Rock County and Greene County, both just south of Madison, are some of the only counties to flip from the past election to this point. Vice President Harris is far from out of this race, though, as Milwaukee County, where Harris currently has a 95,000 vote lead, is estimated at only 55% in. This race will be something to keep a very close eye on here, and we will do that at Citrus TV, as it could be make or break to the outcome of this election. Andy, I'm going to send it back to you.
Wow, Harrison, a lot happening in Wisconsin. Thank you so much. Well, there's still a lot more races for us to get to, so stay right here. We'll be back after the break.
Last week, Brandon met a girl on a dating app. One day after work, he finally found the courage to ask her out. No answer. He started to panic. Was he being too pushy? Maybe it was too
Hey, sorry I didn't respond. I was driving. I would love to go on a date. How does tonight sound?
Brandon tried to play it cool, but inside he knew. A girl so smart, so responsible. She must be a keeper.
Welcome to my house. Lately, not my happy place. Everybody's pretty tired of each other. The parents were not themselves. My little brothers were morphing into small creatures. The walls were closing in. Clearly, a case of too much family, too close, 24/7. And there's a lot of that going around right now. If this sounds like your house, try going someplace new. YourLifeYourVoice.org. You'll find lots of ideas to help you handle the family stresses of being confined to close quarters. YourLifeYourVoice.org. It might not get you out of the house, but it could help you find a little more breathing room.
Welcome back into the election special, joined now once again by our election night all-star panel. Alana
Thanks,
Epstein
Luke.
and Ronnie Perillo. So
That's
happy
very
to have
kind
you
of
back here. So what's the latest? What are we seeing on the interwebs? What are we seeing in the courts? What's going on?
Well, first, I want to say on TikTok, I'm seeing a lot of Gen Z people talking about voting, specifically in Pennsylvania at these college towns, Lehigh, Villanova. People waited up to 5 hours. I'm even seeing 7 hours. I mean, people are posting, you know, how it feels to be an out-of-state voter, voting in Penn State for the first time. Obviously, we're still waiting for those votes to come in, but a lot of people are really excited about voting in Pennsylvania. There's also a viral TikTok right now of, I believe, I saw it on CNN, someone interviewing a voter in North Carolina, and he said, I only voted because my girlfriend forced me to. She said she was going to break up with me if I didn't.
Wow.
And that is going viral right now.
That is quite an ultimatum.
Yeah.
That is no joke.
That
There you
gender
go.
gap. We've been talking about that for a while.
There definitely is one, especially among Gen Z.
Yeah,
Yes.
tell me a little bit more. Tell me a little bit more. What's the gender gap? What are we seeing? Who are the
Alana, you would know,
Who are the
know
fellas back
more
in?
probably about this. I know that you know, younger men are tending to break for Donald Trump more.
Yes.
Young women, 18 to 29, tend to vote for Kamala Harris.
And speaking of Donald Trump, I think he just arrived in Palm Beach,
Yes.
Florida,
In
at
Florida,
his
yes.
potentially victory party.
Yeah.
We'll have to see
Yeah.
what happens if that needle is tipping any further over.
It's not tipping any further. It's
might
still
look
at
like that.
89% though.
The
We'll see what happens.
electoral college estimate looks like it ticked up just a couple of numbers there to 301. Now,
Not,
so
the expected.
The expected, yeah, not the
That's
total,
projected. Right
no.
now, the current
No.
electoral college, in terms of what we're able to call, looks
Right.
like 230 to 165.
Right, this is just the estimate.
Trump-Harris on that front. It'll be really interesting to see as the rest of these states come in. I mean, it seems like North Carolina is now out of the picture, so we're back to our typical 6 swing states: Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Georgia. Donald Trump leading in all 6 of those states right now.
Yeah, it's really interesting, especially the blue wall.
And I'm wondering for a couple of those states if we're going to be able to call them tonight. We know that some of those states had different voting regulations about counting early votes that did not pass. We know that Georgia is expected to be a quick count. Brad Raffensperger tweeted not too long ago, he did a press conference, Ronnie, I'm pretty sure you mentioned that earlier, where he said that Georgia might be a foregone conclusion for Trump.
Wow.
But I want to bring back in Michael Lamort to talk about that. And
I'm gonna head
Luke,
over there with
I'm
him.
gonna send
We're
you
gonna
to
take
the
a
wall.
look at the map right now.
Luke's got to
Michael Lamort, we are at 93% of the vote in Georgia.
Luke, I can't stress enough how surprising it is to me, at least. Last election, I said it so many times before. Last election, it was 2 weeks that it took Georgia to solidify their
election results.
Right.
But tonight
several
we're seeing,
recounts.
Yeah, exactly. Several recounts. Election fraud claims made along the way as well. Tonight,
False
though,
election fraud crimes, for the record.
they were.
We're not going to get ourselves sued here, Mike Lamore. What are we looking at right now, though? 93% of the vote is in.
93% of the votes in. Donald Trump with a more than generous lead right now. You could see more than 2% of a lead for Trump. We're kind of seeing a 2016 Georgia right now.
Let me look at 2016 just for reference for our audience. Take a look at that. A little bit more of a margin there for Donald Trump, but I see your point. I want to take a look at some of the counties where vote is still outstanding. So let's look at Toombs County here, which is kind of outside of Savannah, Georgia, way outside Savannah, Georgia. This is a rural county, so if you look in 2020, the goal here for the Harris campaign, right, is finding any outstanding votes. They're probably not going to find that many out in Toombs County right now. So let's go back to our 2024 map, see where those other patches are. This is Clinch County down here towards kind of getting into Florida, which we now know is Trump territory. Once again, that is a pretty solidly Trump-leaning county. Again, you're trying to find, if you're the Harris campaign, some amount of votes. Brooks County, once again, very heavily Trump. We're not seeing a lot of outstanding vote, particularly in places like Fulton County, where we expected turnout to be higher. Look at this, 71.8% for Harris. Let's compare that to Biden's 2020 numbers when he won the state.
Yeah, she's inching close to it, about 4,000 votes shy right now.
Down a point, but that's so big because it was 11,000 votes
exactly
that Biden won by last time, so she can't afford to lose those 4,000 votes.
Luke, you bring up a good point there, and you talked about all those outstanding votes right now in those counties, all of them pretty much rural areas where Trump dominates. And though those populous areas are not as high as a place like Savannah in Chatham County, you got to note that all those votes add up, and it's just going to increase the Trump's lead. Look at Chatham County right now, 48,000 votes for
Still about
Kamala Harris.
60% of the vote in. So this is some place, again, we're looking for those outstanding votes if you're the Harris campaign. This might be a place where she finds them. Let's look at the 2020 margin to compare. Okay, about even. So what Harris needs to do at this point, because she's running behind Joe Biden by about a point in Fulton County, she needs to run up the numbers in Chatham County. She needs to have over 60% if she has any hope of trying to come back here. How likely do you think that would be in Georgia?
Well, you know, that's really hard to tell. 58% of those votes are in Chatham County. Again, it's historically known for those absentee ballots and mail-in ballots, something that Democrats have utilized lately, but I don't think it's going to be enough for her to take some sort of a lead. It might help her inch up closer to Trump, but I don't know if it's going to be enough.
Yeah, and this is huge because we talk about the vote totals, right? You're looking at those past to 270. Georgia is a part of a lot of those past. Donald Trump absolutely has to win this state if he wants to win the presidency with the 270 electoral votes. But losing a state with 16 electoral votes, if you're Kamala Harris, after you've already lost in North Carolina, another state with 16 electoral votes, not shaping up to be a great map right now for Vice President Kamala Harris.
Absolutely.
Mike, please keep an eye on these numbers. Let us know if there's any changes in the margin there for Harris or for Trump. We'll be checking in with you a little bit more throughout the night. We're about to head, I think we actually just entered the day after the election. Happy November 6th, everyone. Both campaigns have been reaching out to voters for months leading up to yesterday's election. And one of the most important factors in how far the candidate's message is able to reach is how much money they have raised. Here to break down some of the biggest donations made in this election cycle is our very own Ethan Kraut. Hey, Ethan.
Thanks, guys. Both candidates have racked up billions of dollars in what is expected to be the most expensive election in history. But tonight, let's focus on the top 50 donors in this election. Let's take a look at how they've contributed so far. Former President Trump has received $1.6 billion from these top 50 donors, which is almost double what Vice President Harris has received in her $752 million. Now, the most notable thing is that when we look at these top 5 donors, all 5 are contributing to Republican PACs. Timothy Mellon, a rich railroad magnate, has donated almost $200 million, $197 million. And if you look all the way over here, at number 4 on the list, Elon Musk, a name we've been mentioning this entire election cycle and even beyond that, he's donated $132.2 million to help former President Trump get back into office. Now, when we take a look here at the Democrat side, the two leading donors for them are former Mayor Michael Bloomberg, former mayor of New York. He's donated $47.4 million to help Kamala Harris reach the White House. And over here we have the co-founder of Facebook, Dustin Moskovitz. He donated $38.9 million to help the Harris campaign. It'll be really interesting to see how all this big money will affect the results of tonight, guys.
Ethan, thank you so much. We can now make another projection going out west again, all the way to Hawaii. Their polls just closed at midnight Eastern time, and we can now project that Kamala Harris will win Hawaii, and it's 4 electoral votes.
Expected win there.
Expected win there.
Vice President
Another
Kamala
one
Harris.
of those Western states that she was going to catch up with as the polls close. But what I want to do now, looks like we might have another projection for you here. Right here in our home state of New York, we can now project that Nick LaLota will win New York District 1 all the way out on Long Island.
Out on Long Island, it seems like John Avalon should not have quit his job at CNN to go run for Congress. He is expected to lose tonight, will not be the congressman from New York's 1st congressional district.
Yep, and I think that was probably an expected win for LaLota, but I know that some of those are pretty contested districts. But what I want to do now is I want to switch over to talking about some issues. We've talked a lot about horse race polling tonight. We've talked a lot about who's winning. I want to talk about issues, and for that, I'm going to bring back in our very own Alex Burstein. Alex, I mentioned a little bit earlier today my theory on this basket of issues thing, and how in Trump's basket of issues is the economy, which tends to be the most important issue on voters' mind in every election, but especially in this election. How did Kamala Harris try to make up those voters' minds on the economy when Trump pulled so far ahead of her on that?
Yeah, I mean, they just had completely different messages. For Trump, it was all about continuing his tax cuts for everyone and increasing these tariffs, which he was trying to get to the minds of the middle class and those working class people. For Harris, she was really focused on the middle class. We heard that time and time again. She wanted to only cut taxes for those making under $400,000 and had a much more focused message. But what we saw today in exit polls coming from a variety of news organizations is it was the Republicans who really cared about the economy because they just didn't feel like Joe Biden did good with it. They feel like the economy really needed to switch up. With the Democrats, it wasn't the same issue. They didn't feel like it was as bad of a statement. So we saw that the Republican voters really heavy on the economy. They showed out to the polls, and that's what we're seeing so far.
Yeah, I want to switch gears a little bit, and I apologize to our lovely folks in control, but I do want to talk a little bit with you about Pennsylvania because that's the race you've been following tonight. I want to pull up the map if I can here. Take a look at Philadelphia County. This is really important for Kamala Harris to turn out voters in Philadelphia County, primarily black voters in the city. We're looking right now, Kamala Harris has 78% to 20% for Donald Trump. I want to jump back to 2020 if we can. Joe Biden had 81% compared to Donald Trump 17%. Alex, is this a good sign for Harris?
It's not a good sign. I mean, the only positive she can maybe take out is we're seeing higher turnout. At least that's what the expectation is when this number hits 100%. There was a lot of early voting, and also today there was a lot of voters who came out. But it's the same thing over in Allegheny County with Pittsburgh. These are the two biggest cities in the state. These are two cities that have very high black populations where the Democrats usually do very well in, and we haven't seen any drastic drop-offs for the Democrats, but they knew this is
it's
a state.
close, but it's a game of inches, right?
It's a game of inches. You have to win it by a lot if you're going to do it, and they just haven't had that.
I also want to go to our swingy county, Bucks County. Right now, Trump winning there by 0.2 of a percentage point.
Pulling ahead since we last checked in with you.
Yeah, I mean, it's another county that there's still some room to be going. They haven't been, they haven't been going as quickly as some of the other counties, but that's the one that's been predicting it recently, and that just has not been here tonight.
Well, Alex, hey, thanks so much for joining us, talking about issues and talking about that all-important Pennsylvania. Well, when we come back, we'll have more on all of our election night coverage. Once again, thank you for joining us on this historic night.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way. My kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
I see you mobbing over her. Let's go. Let's mob. Let's crawl. Let's crawl. Let's crawl. Hey, yo, we mobbing. Come on, girl. Let's crawl. Hey, yo, let's crawl. Hey, yo, let's crawl. Hey, let's crawl. Hey, yo, let's crawl.
Looking for these? You drive buzzed. It could be one very expensive ride.
First, you gotta make bail. Then pay me to get your car back.
Your insurance premiums will go through the roof.
And my legal fees just keep adding up. All told, it could end up costing you $10,000.
Buzzed, busted, and broke. Because buzz driving is drunk driving.
To Citrus TV Election Night, or should I say election morning, the morning after the election. The Democrats switched from Joe Biden to Kamala Harris in the middle of this cycle was a rarity in modern day politics, but did a new candidate actually change the policy for Democrats? Our very own Alex Burstein takes a look at a roller coaster 4 months on the trail.
That's in 2020, something that's rarely been seen before. On July 21st, President Joe Biden dropped out of the race, and just 17 days later, Vice President Kamala Harris became the party's new nominee.
Away from the map.
I accept your nomination to be president.
Onondaga County Election Commissioner Dustin Zarney says this change led to drastic registration changes in 2024.
Big spike did happen after that changeover in late July, early August. We really saw no real big changes in voter registration all the way up until that point.
Those additions were mainly Democrats and undecided voters. Syracuse University political science professor Stephen White says a term as VP has turned Harris much more to the middle.
And I think if you look at her actual policy platform and her speeches she's giving now, clearly to the right of a lot of the discourse in 2020.
Other points, SU professor Grant Rear says, have been left vague. Something not usual when candidates have the traditional year plus on the trail. This has happened during an appeal to the youth.
And it's not to convince younger voters to be Democratic. They're already pretty heavily Democratic. The question with those voters is always, will they show up?
Those questions answered today at polling places like here in Syracuse and around the nation. And just how many of those moderate and youth voters show up for Harris very well could determine who's in the Oval Office in January. For Election Night 2024, I'm Alex Burstein.
Alex, thank you. And right now we want to take a look at your updated map in the race to 270. If we can get that right up on the screen. Luke, tell me what you're seeing here.
Yeah, 230 to 209. It's helpful that Harris has California in her column now, but we are still watching very closely those 6 toss-up states. Those are the ones that we've been talking about all night long. I'm surprised we've not yet seen a call in Minnesota, which is the home state of Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, the vice presidential running mate there. We're seeing about 57% of those votes in, so it doesn't seem as though it's too early to call, which means it might be too close to call in Minnesota, Jake?
I guess too close to call right now, and of course that's not a good sign for the Harris-Walz campaign. Not many good signs for the Harris-Walz campaign tonight.
And we're looking at the map right now in terms of where the candidates are leading. Harris is leading in Minnesota, but everywhere else, all of the toss-up states.
Light pink shade.
Light pink shade, which means a lead for Trump. Sometimes it's very narrow lead.
True.
But, you know, we're going to have
very
to see
narrow lead for Trump, but we're still going to have to wait to see how those states impacted. And we talked about this the entire fall, right? We talked about how these were our toss-up states.
Yeah.
We talked about North Carolina. It's already called, but we still have those toss-up states, so we can't call anything right now. Of course, not looking too good for the Harris campaign.
No.
But as I mentioned, we talked about this the entire fall on this show, so we still got to wait to see those states before we make any declaration. But either way.
And there was a lot of talk, I feel like, about the separation, the so-called separation between the blue wall states up in the north and the Sun Belt states in the south. I think it's very possible that tonight we will see all 6 of those swing states swing in one direction, and it seems like that direction is towards Donald Trump.
Seems like it is right now. Well, we'll have to see what happens there. But either way, House control is very important for either party, no matter who is in the White House. And California is a deep blue state. However, there are 5 competitive House races in the Central Valley and Southern California that could end up deciding House control. Our Tegan Brostrom is in studio. Tegan, what do you got for us?
That's right, Jake. Districts 13, 22, 27, 41, and 45 are very competitive races and are all within various few percentage points, with Democrats holding a slim lead in a majority of them, and Republicans are playing defense, especially as they currently hold all of these seats. And part of that is separating themselves from the national nominee and relying on ticket splitting.
In an interview with California political consultant Brian Brokaw, he speaks to this possibility. It looks like there was a little bit of technical difficulties, but this kind of ticket splitting is getting more rare nationally. For many voters, ticket splitting is safe to do so in California. With issues like abortion, while many voters may disagree with the national nominee, abortion is protected in their state. Then the more district-specific issues, such as cost of living with gas and food prices, are supported by someone with their views. The polls closed at 8 p.m. Pacific Central Time in California, which is about an hour ago, and results have started to come in. Let's take a look. If we look over at District 27, that's going to be Whiteside in Garcia, and it's looking as though it's leaning towards Garcia. And if we move upwards towards 22, we have Valadeo and Salas. That's in Bakersfield, near Bakersfield, California. Valadeo is winning that one. He was actually one of two Republicans to support the endorsement of, support the impeachment of Donald Trump.
Now, Tegan, Bakersfield, that's the former district of former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, isn't that right?
That's right. Yeah. So it's a very competitive district for California, and it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. Like it says on the screen, that's only about 38% of votes. And if we move again towards District 13, that's more in the Central Valley. We have Adam Gray and John Duarte. This has been a very competitive race in California, and it looks as though Adam Gray is leading a bit. But like I said earlier, that's only about 35% of the voters. So still a ways to go in California, and more to see. But back to you guys.
Tegan, thank you so much for that trek across the country. We talk a lot about the presidential race, but those House races, control of Congress, is so important.
Absolutely, Luke. Well, we can make another projection here. We can project that Kamala Harris will win Nebraska's 2nd congressional district and its single electoral vote. Luke, we talked about how Trump got the other 3 in the state earlier. Yeah. Kamala Harris coming in and cleaning up with that Omaha district.
Well, I don't know if we're going to be seeing this tonight, but one of the interesting things about Nebraska's 2nd district is that if Trump had won it, if Trump had swept all the electoral votes in Nebraska, we could have ended up potentially with a 269 tie. Which
constitutional
is like,
crisis. Sorry, I thought we were going to say it together. That would have been cute.
Okay.
But
we should have done it at the same time. We'll do it next time. So I want to bring things over to our friend Sigourney Bell. Sigourney, can we take a look now at New York's 19th congressional district?
Luke, yes we can. New York's 19th congressional district has been one of the most expensive House races in the country, with candidates spending a combined $45 million campaigning. The reason candidates are spending so much money is because this House seat could very well determine a majority in the House in favor of Republican or Democrat. The candidates here are incumbent Mark Monalero, Republican, against his former competitor 2 years ago, Democrat Josh Riley. Now, 2 years ago, this race was very, very tight, with Mark Monalero only winning 2% of the ballots. Now, if we look to this race happening right now, the votes have not been finished counting, and it's still very close. When voting ended at 9 p.m., it was about 50-50. Now, Josh Riley has actually broken out in front, but again, still very, very close and way too close to call. Mark Monalero has been very strong in his policies against immigration. He says he wants to secure the border and criminalize undocumented immigrants. Josh Riley, on the other hand, has been very strong in his policies of abortion. Now, these are very big issues for voters, but again, this is upstate New York. Voters here are very really want to lower the high cost of living. That's also been something that's very strong on their mind. So when they went into the ballot booth today, this is also something they were thinking about. But again, this race is very, very close, way too close to call right now. But again, want to keep our eye on it because this could very well determine a House majority. So keep a lookout. But that's all from me, guys. Jake and Luke, back to you.
Sigourney, thank you so much. You know, I got a chance to spend about 10 hours down in the 19th district with Mark Molinaro, who's trying to defend that seat, one of the most competitive races in the country, the most expensive House race in the country, and it's really tight down there right now, 50.5 to 49.5, as Sigourney said, really tight. And one of the swing counties there is Broome County, which includes the city of Binghamton. And Josh Riley is currently in the lead there by, let me do some quick math here, less than 1,000 votes right now. So
that was very quick math. Hey, and bad luck for Molinaro when you were down there, though. He lost his voice.
He did
on
lose
his
his
last
voice.
day of the trail.
So he was doing an 11-county tour throughout the day
with no voice,
and showed up to the first stop. They hadn't briefed me on this, and he goes, "Hey, I'm Mark Molinaro. How are you?" And I was like, "Oh my God!" And he's been in politics for 30 years. He had never had a day like that before, where he just had no voice for 11 counties of campaigning. But he said that he wanted to get out there to combat a lot of those TV ads that we talked about a little earlier on. With all those TV ads being run about him, he wanted voters to meet him in person, even if they actually couldn't hear him. They could see him face
Still
to face.
seems like a good campaign strategy. We'll have to see if it
100%.
pays off for him tonight.
We'll see.
But shifting gears now, this election poses potential changes to the highly controversial Supreme Court. Citrus TV analyst Jackson Breslin is in studio to tell us what the candidates want for the future of the court. Jackson?
Thanks, guys. While it's easy to focus all the attention on the ongoing elections, the country's highest court could be in for some major changes depending on who wins tonight. Let's go ahead and take a look at what each of the candidates have said. For former President Trump, not much is changing. He says he wants to keep the Supreme Court at 9 justices, his campaign website adding, quote, how it was always meant to be. One small issue with this, the Supreme Court has changed the number of justices 6 times since its inception, with the last change coming in 1869. Now, when it comes to Vice President Harris, here's where we could see some things change. Harris has come out in support of establishing a code of ethics and ending life terms for judges. She also supported expanding the court during her 2020 run for president, though she hasn't taken a stance on court expansion in this election cycle. SU professor Rick Trunfio says adding more justices could set a dangerous precedent where the party in power would continue to expand the court.
So what happens if Trump wins and he says, you know what, let's put 5 more judges on, and he's got a Republican-controlled Congress, House of Representatives, and a Republican-controlled Senate. People are going to be happy with that? If he says, you're right, I want to expand the court. See, it doesn't make sense for anybody.
So where does this leave the future of the court now? Well, Trunfio says both candidates talk a big game, but any real changes are unlikely.
Say it all you want. They know it's not going to happen. Those of us who are in the legal system and we know how things really work, how the Constitution works, how laws are passed, we just kind of roll our eyes. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Regardless of who wins tonight, the recent attention on the Supreme Court has highlighted its invaluable role in everyday American life and how partisanship has changed the way the court operates. For Election Night 2024, I'm Jackson Breslin. Guys, back to you at the desk.
Hey, Jackson, thanks so much. And nice to see Professor Rick Trunfio on there, somebody that I had for class and somebody that Luke had for class as well, and a public servant here in Onondaga County, a former ADA.
We're seeing a lot of our professors tonight. Margaret Susan Thompson made an appearance.
We got to give a big
2
shout
appearances.
out to her.
A huge shout out to Professor Margaret Susan Thompson. Hopefully that'll boost my essay grade on this most recent essay I submitted today. She made an essay due on Election Day. Not like we have anything else going on here at Citrus TV. Just the longest show we've ever done in history.
Yeah,
but we love MST. So thank you, MST. Thank you, Professor Trunfio. You recommended me take both MST and Professor Trunfio. It's not disappointed. Your class recommendations have not done me wrong.
Fantastic
so
classes. We're so lucky to have that here at Syracuse.
Absolutely, 100%. Well, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we've got more Senate results out of Nebraska and Montana, races that are actually surprisingly competitive for the Democrats or against the Republicans, should I say, in Nebraska, because it's an independent out there. Plus, we're going to take a look in Wisconsin. Stay with us.
Dad?
Just 1 minute, okay?
Hey, Bobo, do trees tell each other stories?
I'm sorry. I'm afraid I don't know that.
Hey, why don't we go find out? Listen.
Do clouds take naps?
I couldn't tell you.
Can birds draw pictures?
I don't have an answer for that.
Dad, do stars visit their friends?
Look!
Life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome. Prediabetes does. 1 in 3 adults has prediabetes, but with early diagnosis, prediabetes can be reversed. And you can change the outcome. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test today. Go to doihaveprediabetes.org.
Welcome back to the Citrus TV election special. The popularity of social media is increasing the amount of attack ads, and economic disparity are all responsible for the separation of American voters. But the biggest factor in political polarization is often overlooked. Our Jude Bazerman has more.
Forces that have been causing political polarization in this country go back 40 or 50 years.
Political polarization isn't a new phenomenon, but it has become more extreme in recent years.
The number of actual people that are truly undecided has become smaller and smaller and smaller.
I think it has gotten, much more polarized, much more divisive, much more negative. If you look at all the ads right now on TV, they're all negative.
Attack advertisements, the economy, social media, and close margins of victory in elections all factor into the increasing separation of voters. But the biggest ingredient in political polarization? Geography.
When people are deciding, where am I going to live, if they have a choice, oftentimes the idea of being around other people that are politically similar to you is one of the factors.
Where people live is a driving force behind political polarization. Where I'm standing right now is Oswego County, which has voted Republican in the past 2 presidential elections. Right behind me is Onondaga County, which has voted Democrat in those same 2 elections. But this division across a state, city, or county line isn't unique to just central New York.
City, urban areas have highly diverse populations. Minorities are more likely on average to support the Democratic Party. And they also have a lot of people who are struggling economically. Those folks are more likely to support the Democratic Party. In terms of some of the exurbs in the suburbs, they're whiter. They have more people who are making more salary. They have more money. That tends to push them sometimes to the Republican Party.
But no matter our differences, everyone loses if we can't work together.
We have a disagreement. At the end of the day, let's just disagree and move on. Good government is people that can come together, compromise or disagree, and move on to the next subject.
For Election Night 2024, I'm Jude Bazerman.
Jude, interesting story. Thanks so much. Well, I want to bring back in Riley Underwood to talk about a very interesting Senate race, the Nebraska Senate race. Kick us off. What are we seeing so far?
Well, we're seeing Deb Fischer really get a run for her money from the independent Dan Osborne. Now, this is really unexpected. I mean, a Republican hasn't won any seat in the Nebraska Senate since 2006. He started off pretty strong in the polls, even favored in a lot of them. Right now, we're seeing Deb Fischer with the 52-48 slight advantage. But what's interesting to see is we expect Lincoln, we expect that county in Omaha, those counties to go usually Democrat, but in this case independent. But let's look at Saline County. This is a county that votes primarily Republican, is voting for Trump in this election. And when we also go, we want to zoom back out, go to Sarpy County. That's right. South of Omaha right there. That's a very close race. But these are not rural counties. These are kind of suburban counties outside of these bigger areas.
Something that you would expect Osborne to do well in.
I mean, not necessarily. We expected Fischer to do well in these because she is the 2-time incumbent Republican looking for her 3rd term. These are counties that she's won in years past, and these are all counties that are voting for Trump in this year's election. This race is a lot closer than the presidential election between Harris and Trump in Nebraska.
Can we talk about another county that might be a little bit more rural? Let's go up here to Thurston County. Is this something that we should expect Osborne to be winning?
No. The thing is, Osborne is not winning this election at the moment. He's down by a few points, but he's doing better in those rural counties that are usually primarily reliably red that Fischer has kind of been losing control over. So Osborne's done a good job getting those usually non-Republican voters to vote for the independent candidate. Now, a lot of the ads on Fischer's team has been saying that he's just a Democrat in disguise. But Osborne, Navy veteran, he says he's trying to run down the middle. We have seen a lot of his donations come from those left-leaning sources. So we kind of don't know what to expect. We don't know what he's going to caucus as if he does win. But right now, it looks like Fischer has some control over the state of Nebraska as a whole right now.
Interesting. Well, closer than we were expecting. I want to just go north of here, Luke. Can we talk about the Montana Senate race?
Yeah, and I hate to undercut you guys, but the Associated Press just called the Nebraska Senate race for Deb Fischer. So
wow.
And they have also called Senate control for the Republicans. So the Republicans will have control of the Senate. at least for the next 2 years. So that is a new projection from the Associated Press. A race that has not yet been called yet for Senate, though, is in Montana. We're going to head over to our Megan Acker to tell us more about Jon Tester trying to hang on there. Hey, Megan.
Hi, Luke. Well, it's a story that we've heard time and time again this evening. We've seen it in Ohio, we've seen it in Pennsylvania, and we see it again in Montana. We have an incumbent candidate who's a Democrat who's having trouble adjusting to their increasingly red state. Jon Tester, he's been in office since 2007, and he's been campaigning really heavily on local values. He's a Montana native, he owns a farm, and he's been really honing in on a pro-choice narrative to sort of appeal to these freedom-loving, red-blooded Montana voters. And he's relied since 2007 on Montana voters being able to split the vote. So that means that as the state of Montana increasingly votes red for president, they may or may not be voting blue for some other positions. So right now the race is still too close to call, but it's not looking good for Jon Tester as he goes up against Republican Tim Sheehy. Tim Sheehy's a vet, has been campaigning really hard on being a veteran, as well as all of the charity he's been able to donate to. He's been able to do so much charity because he is a millionaire. He has no real political experience. This is his first endeavor into it. You can see he's leading here by more than 10 points. He is also a transplant, which is really interesting. It's projected that Montana will have a population increase of a total of 5.2% in between the years 2020 and 2025. Now, these transplants have been causing a bit of an economic upset, and a lot of Montana natives are having trouble adjusting to this. So it would seem that it would work in Jon Tester's favor to be a native, but right now it is just not looking that way. As we just heard, the Senate has officially flipped Republican, so the outcome of this election is not going to be as nail-biting, I guess, as it would have been a couple minutes ago, but we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, Megan, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. We'll keep an eye out for that Montana Senate call because Jon Tester really has to hang on there if they want to have any hopes of at least having some of those votes, right? You have some swingier Republicans who might cross over with Democrats, but if they have a wider margin in the Senate, we're going to be looking at the Wisconsin Senate race in a moment. But I want to look at the presidential first with our swing state analyst, Harrison Calder. Thank you so much for coming back on. We're at 81% of the vote in right now. Donald Trump in the lead.
Yeah, Donald Trump has really pulled away in the last few moments here. He's definitely expanded his lead. It went up from a little bit to a lot more, as we can now see 51% there to 47%. So he is in decent control of this state. Yep. There's a few things to keep in mind, though. You see some areas there just south of Madison. Those areas were red about 15, 20 minutes ago. Yep. They are now, they're now blue. That's Rock County and Greene County just to its left.
Now, it's Rock County. That was a Biden win the last time around,
correct.
But
Yes,
it does seem like some more votes have come in there
mm-hmm.
that are favorable.
Yes,
for
because
Harris.
it started out red to begin the night and has turned blue. So that is some good hope. And another big thing for Kamala Harris here is Milwaukee County. A lot of the votes expected to come in between 2 and 4 a.m. tonight, and there is still a lot of room there.
Let me look
to
how
gain.
many is still
I believe
in.
there's about
58%.
Yeah, about
so,
40% left, so there's a lot
so
there.
if she's going to come back, it's going to be in Milwaukee
Correct.
County, which, by the way, Milwaukee County, where the Republican National Convention
That's a very good point.
I happened to go to that.
Yeah.
It was a lot of fun.
You have a good time?
It was a great time.
Good.
I did not expect Donald Trump to be winning in Wisconsin right now. If I'm being completely honest with you, based on where we were at with the polling in this race, Wisconsin looked like it was going well for Kamala Harris. They have a pretty well-organized ground game, the Democrats do in Wisconsin. So it's really interesting to see how all that's been going on. I want to talk about those Bow Wow counties. Are you familiar with the Bow Wow counties?
Yeah,
I've been studying this up.
Of course.
Yes. So let's talk a little bit about Brown County, which is near Green Bay here. Brown County, 56% right now for Donald Trump, 42% for Kamala Harris, with 63% of the votes in. This is how it finished out in 2020. So seems like he's running with a little bit of a wider margin this time around.
Yeah, Brown County is an area, like you mentioned, that usually is in favor of the Republican, in this case, Trump. But we see another jump up, and that's one of these things in these other smaller, I don't want to say smaller county because it is Green Bay as opposed to other smaller areas, but smaller counties than maybe a Milwaukee or a Madison where you see a lot of these voters. And a lot of them are polling now for Trump a little bit more than what we'd expect in past elections.
So Racine County is where we are now, about 50% of the vote in there. We're seeing Trump with a wider margin than he had back in 2020 against Joe Biden. Same deal in Waukesha County. Mm-hmm. He's actually underrunning in that a little bit. I'm mistaken about that.
And that's another thing you're mentioning. He's about 50% in, so there's still a lot of votes still available for Trump in these areas, just like Milwaukee with Harris.
He's underrunning in the suburbs, which is interesting because it seems like, so he's underrunning in the suburbs with those suburban women voters that we've been talking so much about, but it does seem like he's improving on his luck with young men, young black men, young Latino men, particularly in cities like Milwaukee, like we saw in Raleigh, like we're seeing happening in Georgia and Atlanta. Is the gender gap working out in Donald Trump's favor, at least in Wisconsin right now?
It very well could be. I mean, the way you're looking at it and the way you just described it perfectly, I mean, these votes are going his way, and it could be in a lot of ways too the campaigns and everything he's been doing throughout his campaign with TikTok and all these other various things, going to the RNC, having it in Milwaukee, that could potentially swing some votes, and obviously it keeps it a lot more tight in this case.
In 2016, this was the state that was called that put Trump over the top. We'll have to see if that's the case this time. 10 electoral votes up for grabs there. Harrison Calder, thank you so much for joining us. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to our Citrus TV Election Night special. We now turn to Rhode Island politics, where one of the state's cities, Pawtucket, has had some issues with violating the Voting Rights Act during local elections. The city claims to have fixed these issues, but locals are still concerned if everything will run smoothly. Max Williams has the story.
While things may seem calm below the water that surrounds the state of Rhode Island, on the surface, things have been a little rough as the state gears up for the general election.
They failed in their oversight.
Here in the Ocean State, at polling locations, you can find voter information forms in English and in Spanish. But recently, at some locations, you can only find English forms.
And so we sent volunteers into Pawtucket for the September 10th primary, and what they discovered was that a lot of the signs that are provided by the state to the 4 bilingual communities in Spanish were not even hung.
John Marion, the director of Common Cause RI, an organization that advocates for American democracy, sent a letter immediately to Pawtucket. One section of the 6-page letter reading, "What our volunteers discovered was alarming. They documented numerous violations of the consent order." That consent order is what the Department of Justice sent to the city back in May after it sued the city voting officials for multiple violations. One of them was Section 203 of the Voting Rights Act, meaning they did not provide Spanish voting information for Hispanic voters, who make up 22% of the city's population.
Ensuring that people understand and trust their local government can help in promoting feelings of trust in the elections in general.
Emily Lynch, a professor at the University of Rhode Island, was part of a survey that asked 500 Rhode Islanders questions about local and national politics. When the survey asked about trust in the state government, 73% were stuck between somewhat and not fully trusting it. Today, for the general election, the Department of Justice sent in observers to Pawtucket's polling places to ensure they don't violate voters' rights once again.
I would assume that they're going to fix that issue and be prepared for the general election.
I'm still a little worried about Pawtucket and that things will go right there.
Reporting from Rhode Island for Election Night 2024, I'm Max Williams.
Max, thank you so much. We're able to project another one of our Citrus TV toss-up states. Citrus TV can now project that Donald Trump will win Georgia and its 16 electoral votes. He flips it back after losing it by less than 12,000 votes in 2020. We're going to show you the map now, Jake. What's it looking
let's take a look at that map. Trump now up to 246, getting close to that 270, that all-important 270. And Luke, I'm looking at it now. He's got Georgia. It looks like he might close out the Sun Belt down there. I'm not sure how Harris is doing in the blue wall up there, but hard to see a path to victory for Harris now. Can we break down Georgia a little bit more over there?
Yeah, we're joined now by our analyst, Michael Lamore. Jake, I think, Michael, as well, the expression that is often used in situations like this is that Donald Trump is currently knocking on the door. Geez, should not have done that. Knocking on the door to 270 electoral votes.
Yeah.
This is expensive. I don't know why I did that. I'm sorry, Spencer.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I just
sorry.
had to hold my breath as you did that.
Yeah,
but
let's hope we keep everything
I
intact.
think the force in which you've knocked on the TV just shows just how hard Donald Trump is knocking on 270 right now. You look at the Georgia map right now, it's called in favor, and this map doesn't even show the pending votes down there.
Well, I think that's why they're able to call it, right? It's like these two counties are expected to go for Trump.
Exactly.
That's what we were talking about a little while ago. I want to take a look in Savannah here. Let's look at Chatham County. So right now, how much is that is reporting? 68% of the vote reporting. Harris, less than 60% there. Let's take a look at Biden's 2020 margin. All right, around the same. So I want to take a look at Fulton County because that's been the real focus of attention here, right, Mike?
Yeah, well, Fulton County, she did pretty well in just pretty much reaching where she did, well, rather where Biden did in 2020. So those numbers there are pretty good, but
it's down by a point though, and again, we've talked about this. It's 12,000 votes. Every point matters.
Exactly. Yeah. She reached where she did, where she was just about supposed to do over in Fulton County, but Trump has been more successful at pulling some of those urban votes and then maintaining those rural votes as well, and that's what's really allowed him to punch in those electoral votes down in Georgia.
Is that what he's doing? Is he running up the numbers in these like rural? So let's pick a random rural county. So he's got 43,000 votes in Bartow County. That's 95% reporting. What was the number like Yeah, see, okay.
Exactly.
So 37,000 total votes for Trump in Bartow County. If you take a look now at 2024 in Bartow County, we had it up over 40,000 votes. That's how you win in a race like this, is you run up those numbers in the rural counties.
Exactly what I was insinuating there is you're running up those numbers in the rural counties where you already perform well in 2020. You're performing even better. And then as well, even in the urban areas as well, I'm 90% sure there, he's also overperforming than he did back in 2020.
Cobb County, 56% for Harris compared to Joe Biden. Around the same, but he's also outperforming his previous margin there. Really, really interesting stuff to watch here. You know, I think a lot of times pollsters and pundits underestimate just how motivated voters are to get out there and to vote for Donald Trump in those rural areas.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Georgia has been in headlines of multiple news outlets, controversies, even the bomb threats that were made this morning, alleged bomb threats at certain polling places that the Georgia officials were referring to Russia claims. So that is just adding fuel to the fire, Luke.
Yeah, 100%. So right now, we're seeing the Southeast off limits to Kamala Harris. She's going to need this blue wall. Right now, Trump leading in all three of those states, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Jake, sending it back over to you.
Absolutely, Luke. Well, let's talk about some of those blue wall states. Since February, the Trump and Harris campaigns have made 83 stops in Michigan. In 2020, the state's results were closest to the national election average compared to the rest of the whole country, Michigan being a microcosm of the election. While our Ben Bazick, he traveled to Michigan to speak with swing county officials on who was leading at the time.
All in on Michigan.
Trying to get votes in Michigan.
Crisscrossing battleground Michigan.
And a very big hello to
Michigan has been a part of the blue wall since 1992. Go blue! A presidential stronghold for Democrats with 15 electoral votes. But then 2016 happened.
There's no way that Donald Trump can break the blue wall, right?
Trump won Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and by under 0.5%, Michigan.
We didn't break it, we shattered that sucker.
But by 2022, Michigan filled every elected branch of state government with Democrats.
Governor Gretchen Whitmer.
And chose Biden for president. So now Michigan was blue. Again. There's 83 geographically similar counties in Michigan, but Wayne, Oakland, and Macomb make up around 40% of the state's population.
One of those voted the same way as the rest of the country since 1996, a bellwether until 2020. So that's where I went, Macomb.
But Michiganders don't love their options, says prospective candidate for governor and Macomb County executive Mark Hackle.
You know, I think people are looking at the two candidates saying these aren't the best we have in either party. This can't be how we elect our presidential candidates, how we nominate them. And some people are not going to vote only because they're so disenfranchised by the election cycle and the parties. Do I think he's got an edge in Macomb just on what I'm hearing and seeing? Yeah, I think he does. Do I think, he's going to win the state of Michigan? I just don't know.
But chair of the Macomb GOP, Mike Fortin, says he's confident in the former president's record.
We had no war. We had no inflation. We had energy independence. If she gets elected, we're going to become a total socialist state in less than a year. And much beyond that, we'll be totally communist. I don't think we're going to win Detroit, but I think we're going to be surprised at the numbers. I don't think we'll win Oakland, but we'll be surprised at the numbers.
You think you'll win Michigan?
Oh, yes. No doubt. We're going to win Michigan. If we have an honest election on November 5th, Trump will take all 50 states, even California and New York.
I just think people are getting the Trump fatigue, and to say that it was, election stolen, but it certainly didn't happen here in Macomb County. We know that as a fact.
8 years ago, Donald Trump held his first rally here at Macomb Community College and went on to win the state by just 10,000 votes. 8 years later, all eyes turned to the Great Lakes state again. Reporting from Michigan, I'm Ben Bazick, Citrus TV News.
I'm back here in studio with Ben. And Ben, we talked about Macomb County before the election. Let's talk about it right here on election night. I'll go to it and let's check out our numbers.
Trump's leading Michigan. Where else to go than Trump country? That's Macomb County. We saw it just then. We're seeing it now. He's up by about 17% in Macomb County. This is definitely Trump country off the bat here in rural Michigan.
Absolutely. And let's move over to the other side of the state and talk about a county that we haven't talked about yet today, Kent County. What are you seeing there?
Yeah, so Macomb and Kent have some similarities. In Michigan, a huge auto manufacturing area there. Trump spoke to a lot of those blue-collar voters' concerns, spoke to a lot of those auto manufacturer concerns, speaking out against EVs and just the base concerns of rural Michigan. Same thing here in Kent, fourth most populated county in the state. This is where Grand Rapids is. Huge urban to rural divide here. We talked a lot today about how you have in those cities like Grand Rapids that blue, then you have that purple ring, then you have the red county. And I think Trump has gained so much in that rural red
and purple ring that he's leading in the state right now. He's in the Senate race also. Rogers is leading. Republicans are leading Michigan. That's the state that we're at right now. In Kent specifically, 72% white, 13% more college educated than the rest of the state. This is somewhere that Democrats needed to come out for and show more than they did. And I think that's contributing to Trump's lead here in the state of Michigan.
Interesting, Ben. And you talk about that auto manufacturing in Michigan. Obviously, EVs, a controversial subject, but you could also talk about union support and how unions were such a toss-up in this election, despite the Biden administration's support of unions over the past 4 years. Trump kind of swooping in at the end there and saying that he was going to support unions as well, even though he didn't really show that in his first presidency. But such interesting stuff to keep an eye on there. And like you said, Michigan looks like it's going red. That would be the election.
That would be. I mean, he really doesn't. His path to 270 is a little easier if he gets one of those blue wall states. That's all he needs. He's maintained Georgia. He's maintained North Carolina. All the states he's tilted in. This state, if he wins Michigan, it would give him the race for sure.
Absolutely, Ben. Well, we'll have to keep an eye on that as we continue with our Citrus TV Election Night special. We'll be right back with more analysis. Stay with us.
I see you mobbing over her. Let's go. Let's mob. Let's crawl. Let's crawl. Let's crawl. Hey, yo, we mobbing. Come on, girl. Let's crawl. Hey, yo, let's crawl. Hey, yo, let's crawl. Hey, let's crawl. Hey, yo, let's crawl.
Welcome back to our Citrus TV Election Night. Missing my co-anchor Luke Radel, but welcoming my other co-anchor back to the desk, Andrea-Rose Oates. Thanks for joining us. And of course, our wonderful Election Night panel. Guys, we're seeing the results roll in more and more. I just talked with Ben about how if Michigan goes red, which it currently looks like it might, that's the end of the election. What are you guys seeing? What's happening on each campaign? Where's the night at right now?
I mean, I never actually thought that we wouldn't, or that Pennsylvania wouldn't be needed. You know what I'm saying?
That's a fantastic
Which is
point.
crazy because we came into this night and everybody almost said, well, you can move all those other swing states out.
Yeah.
Eyes on Pennsylvania and their 19 votes, and whoever gets that takes the cake and walks to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Now we're talking a completely different ballgame, so it's really interesting.
I made that key joke earlier today, and it didn't even land. It wasn't even
correct. We got to
Yeah.
make something about a lake. I don't know. You're the Midwest guy.
Well, let's figure out what the candidates are doing right now. Alana, what's the update on each watch party?
Kamala Harris is not speaking tonight. That's been confirmed. Trump just left Mar-a-Lago, and so people are saying, well, he's going to celebrate now and declare victory. People are tweeting. Tom Nichols, he's a staff writer at The Atlantic. He tweeted an hour ago and said, okay, you want some hope? Here you go. If Harris keeps the blue wall, she wins. So obviously, there's still more time to go here and more to see, which we'll talk about Pennsylvania shortly. But it's still looking a lot less close than less close, I should say, than we originally thought.
CNN is reporting that Trump is left Mar-a-Lago and he is on his way to the campaign watch party. Aides are now on stage adjusting the prompters and the lectern, which makes it seem like his comments declaring victory in this race are going to be imminent. Still no call from the Associated Press or CNN, which means we're not going to call the race officially, but all signs are pointing in the direction of former President Donald Trump, the 45th president, becoming the 47th.
I guess that the 45 and the 47 on the side of the MAGA hat kind of, I guess, played out well for him.
Yeah.
Having all those made up. I do want to point out, too, that needle on the New York Times that we've been looking at all night long was 93%. I looked up at you, Luke, to see that handsome face, and it shifted actually up to 95% chance for a chance of Donald Trump taking this presidency. Harris now, I mean, her chances are almost gone at this point.
And you see the Electoral College estimate. It's like we're living in deja vu of 2016 all over again. 306 to 232 is the projected Electoral College count, it's estimated. It's not projected yet,
right?
But it is the estimated count. Andy, what happened here for the Harris campaign?
Honestly, Luke, I am completely dumbfounded myself looking at this. It's a complete flip of what certain states, what I thought they would be. My own home state, even Pennsylvania, going red, definitely was not super expected. Obviously, it is a battleground state, but watching this whole entire map come together and then watching Trump just get closer and closer to that 270 mark, I think it's all starting to make it feel a little bit more real, honestly.
Yeah, Tim Alberta of The Atlantic as well just tweeted, it appears that Harris will perform Biden 2020 among every single demographic, save for college-educated women.
Did you say underperform?
Underperform Biden in 2020 in every single demographic, except for college-educated women. Even her showing with them has been underwhelming thus far. It seems as though Donald Trump is headed for a sweep of all 7 battleground states.
That is unprecedented
it really
and
is.
Completely unexpected, Ronnie.
Something, too, that I was thinking about, while we were in the other side of the newsroom there, is it coming back to haunt Democrats tonight, on election night, when they thought she would score this big victory, that there was no other option after Joe Biden dropped out, that Kamala Harris was the default nominee, that there was no actual process, that they had the DNC, of course, but that there were no other options given, that she just kind of landed there.
Okay, to be fair,
let's make a point on that.
Yeah.
It was pretty much impossible for any other candidate to build the campaign infrastructure to even run a presidential campaign with 100 days out. But Harris could use that money in campaign infrastructure that Biden was already using. So it was near impossible.
Maybe there are second thoughts, I don't know.
There could be second thoughts, but it's impossible to think that Biden made a choice for his VP in 2020 in what was a wide field for the Democratic nominee. Yeah. We all remember those debates. We all remember how that primary went. He had a lot of choices, and he chose Kamala Harris to be his vice president in 2020. We're seeing right now she's probably not going to win this election, but I'm not sure how you would pass over your vice presidential pick in 2020, especially when Biden promised to be a transitional president and picked Harris because he promised to be a transitional president. Maybe it's coming back to haunt them, but I just don't see any other situation that could have happened.
Well, look, Ronnie, we were on the ground in New Hampshire.
Yeah, we were.
The chilly, cold ground in January of 2020. There was another option. Dean Phillips was running for president of the United States. Everybody laughed at him. They're like, Dean, why are you running against the sitting president of the United States? Joe Biden, of course, is going to be the candidate.
Right.
And then we saw that complete debate collapse. And I hate to say this to an SU alum, Joe Biden, but this is his fault. This is entirely his fault. He should have listened to the advisors around him that were telling him, hey, Joe, you might not be up for another rematch against Donald Trump. And it put Kamala Harris in this position where she had to speed run a campaign in the last couple of days and rely on all sorts of celebrities and star power.
I was saying there was so much hype immediately just because it wasn't Biden. We talked about that earlier. The whole party was re-energized, but still people got caught up in the Brat campaign and a female president and all of that. But people still didn't care. And again, I mean, Trump is coming out on top as a result of this. And it's very surprising and interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I think when it comes down to the issues of what hits your pocket, the economy, it's constantly a top issue for people. And Trump has been polling throughout this election cycle as better on the economy. As I said before, Harris is tied in with the current administration. So I think that people really tonight, when they went to the ballot box today, they reflected back on the 2 administrations that they could see consecutively. And while Harris has not been president, they probably thought, well, maybe we can get some of that economic strength back that was there that they felt under Donald Trump.
Andy, I'm curious if you think that Harris should have done a better job distancing herself from her old boss.
Well, honestly, I did want to go back to Alana's point because I think that you made a really great point, Alana. Coming into this, obviously, she only had a little more over 100 days, but I think in those 100 days, we can't not give her credit. She really had done a lot in that short time period, gained millions of followers through the Kamala HQ social media accounts, and then also just brought this new energy and this new life back into the campaign. I remember a lot of people being excited, obviously, because, you know, making history as one of the first women of color, to make it this far in this point. But more importantly, it was just a whole new generational wave, I think. And then the young vibe and the energy she brought to it, I think really made a difference. Unfortunately, we're not seeing it tonight, but I think that leading up to this election, we definitely thought it was going to go a different way. But I really don't think we can discredit for her for all the work and energy she really brought over these past few months as well.
I think that's a good point to make too, but I think also what we do need to talk about is if Trump is going to win this election, this is unprecedented. We have a president who won in 2016, lost in 2020, contested that loss, nearly overthrew the government, tried to have
incited a violent mob,
tried to have his vice president killed, and then came back, ran again amidst a million different criminal indictments, one of which he was convicted of 34 felonies on. And America just put a convicted felon in the White House. This is unprecedented.
And he still has several outstanding trials, including in Georgia, which he just won.
Which will now be dropped because he'll be pardoning himself, of
So
course.
he can't pardon himself in Georgia. He can't pardon himself in the state cases. And so he can't pardon himself in the New York case. He can't pardon himself in the Georgia case. But those Jack Smith cases, the classified documents in his bathroom at Mar-a-Lago, and the January 6th, that one, you know.
So we can't overturn the state cases, but it's kind of hard to imagine that the sitting president, who has somehow evaded the law multiple times, not over the past 4 years, but kind of over his career, is now doing it again. And it's so interesting to see. We talked about that young voter, that young vibe, that excitement about Harris. But I think now what we're seeing is that America and American voters and swing voters and the demographics that truly decide American elections have said that they care about the issues. And whether they were looking at the issues
and the economy
based on record, and whether the president controls the economy, or if that's global factors and the Fed and other things like that, we've seen American voters look at it and say they're going to vote for who they think is more favorable on the economy. And with that, I think we're going to wrap up our 2024 election special here at Citrus TV. I'd like to thank everybody that was involved in this, from the researchers to our executive producers, to our news director, Brandon Meyer, to our panel sitting here at the desk, my co-anchors, Andrea-Rose Oates and Luke Radel. Thank you guys all so much. Thank you for watching and staying with us for this long night, and have a great night.